And so first we're going to have Charlie Coven, who is going to talk about fates and land use.
Mic on? Yes. Okay, cool. Thanks, Adriana. Yeah, I'm going to give another talk in my series, my now long-running series of the travails of getting transient land use working in global fates configurations. Okay, so wait, so this is the thing that does.
So start pointing at the computer first, then move over to the, but you have to hold it.
Bridge the neck or the pointer? Yes. Ah, check it out. Cool. Okay, so yes, just some. I want to start off with some background on fate and land use. So, getting dynamic global land use change has been one of the remaining barriers. One of the key sort of ones to using fates under global historical and future scenarios, CMIP type or global carbon project type scenarios in order to use the model. And so it's a high priority of a thing we want to get working. At the same time, fates offers some really interesting new opportunities for land use beyond what's in the existing, default vegetation model in CLM5 and CX. Because it's fundamentally oriented around disturbance, right? So because much of land use is disturbance, the kind of disturbance first representation in fates is, it's a more correct way of thinking about how to do land use. And so it offers a lot of opportunities. In particular, fates allows a wider diversity of land use types, including things like distinguishing primary from secondary lands, which is very hard to do in a model that's not framed around disturbance, since the distinction between primary and secondary lands is the disturbance that generated secondary lands, as well as directly representing things like pasture and range lands as land use types. And so here I want to focus a little bit on the problem of model initialization, which is kind of a precondition for getting this land use working. Okay, so what's the problem? The problem is fates is structured around tracking disturbance history. How do we capture the disturbance history that's occurred in the real world before the start of the simulation? So I've got this picture here of people harvesting fields in the 16th century, right? If we start our runs in the 19th century, as one tends to do for like a CMIP style thing, how do we capture the legacies of centuries and millennia of land use in different parts of the world on that initial state in a model that's trying to track the disturbance itself. And so there's a couple ways to go at this, the first is the way I've been sort of thinking about this initially, and this is the way some of the other models that do a fates-like representation, like the GFDL land model does something kind of like this, which is basically you spin up the model under no land use, under this like a potential vegetation mode in which the entire world is primary lands. There's no harvest, there's no land use. It's just everything is potential vegetation. And then at this point here, so you spin up under potential vegetation, then you basically take all prior disturbance at the time of interest. So if you want to start the simulation and in say 1800, you take all the disturbances happened prior to 1800 and basically apply it on the first step of the thing, so that you get a land use that's or the distribution of land use types that's reflective of that point you've started. So you harvest everything, you deforest all of Europe, for example, in one instance, and then you run forward from that. And so yes, but you have to do that before the time of interest, right? So if you want to start your run in 1850, you can't do this big disturbance step on the first day of 1850, or else you've got this recovery from this massive disturbance that's in the first part of your run. So you've got to kind of back up beforehand. And so so what are the problems with solution one? One is that the spin-up conditions are fundamentally different from any point in the transient run. For example, like if you won't have pasture and rangelands during your spin-up, and so you'll have things will just be different from when you spun up into when you've got the transient run. And in reality, the world's not at steady state. It was not at steady state in 1850, but the disequilibrium from this fundamentally different case when you're spinning up to what you're doing even at the start of your run of the period of interest is, there might be some long-term consequences of that you don't fully understand unless you've done the experiment of starting the model, 1,000 years beforehand and run it forwards. You've also got to make a decision then about how small the pulse from this initial disturbance event should be, right? So how far beforehand do you want to start it? It's expensive because it requires you to do this, always do this extra bit of, either 50 years or 100 years, something like that, before the period of interest. Um, and it's also more, it's competition expensive. It's also just more complicated in the sense that like it requires you to have more steps in the process. And complexity, particularly complexity in terms of workflows, is like very much the enemy of trying to do anything. And then it's very unclear how any of this stuff works under emissions-driven simulation. Somehow they're able to make it work at GFDL, so there must be a solution to it, but it's not clear to me how any of this would work under emissions-driven. And then the last point is that I put a figure from this paper by John Sandeman et al., which is about these sort of long-term legacies of human land use on the carbon cycle. And the point is that these long-term legacies should be present in the early land use state, right? Already by, year 1500, we've got, something like, 20 odd petagrams of carbon lost because of things like grazing activities and agriculture, and which obviously accelerated since then. But the point is these are real long-term legacies. And we if we try to impose them all at the start of the simulation, then you'll have some sort of complex mixture of the stuff that's happening during a transient simulation, the stuff that should have happened beforehand, but is now only showing up in your simulation later. So it creates, sort of a problem of that. Okay, so that's the problems with solution one. Solution two is to find a steady state transition matrix that leads to approximate 1850-like conditions and spin up using that. So this is analogous to what people have basically always done, or not always, but what we've all been doing with ELM and CLM in this sort of I-1850 comp set. Is you have a steady state condition that's close to what you would have during a transient case at 1850. You spin up to that, and then you run transient from there. It avoids this step of having to do all the disturbance at once because you've already spun up to something that's like 1850. So the problem with it, or the complex thing about this is that you need to then figure out, well, what is this steady state transition matrix that will give you an approximate 1850-like conditions. And if you think about this, okay, so this is kind of like the wave fades. Oops, sorry, this is doing this wrong. So this is like the transition matrix. So you've got sort of a donor patch type of different, primary, secondary, range, pasture, and cropland, and a receiver patch type. So this is like the disturbance matrix, or the land use change matrix in faith, right? And so anything off of the diagonals here represents a change in land use type. So for example, if you harvest primary land, it creates secondary land. And so that's like, in this box here. If you abandon secondary land into rangeland, that's over in this box here, right? And so you can imagine all of these different elements in this disturbance matrix are different types of land use change. On the diagonals, you can have both disturbance type, or it's like if you harvest secondary forest, it just creates more secondary forest. So this is on the diagonal, as well as all the natural disturbance is also on the diagonal, things like fire, tree fall, etc. Because those don't change land use types; those are just diagonals. Okay, so what we need to do here is find a steady state transition matrix that will give you something that's most that best approximates what you would get in a transient run through 1850. So how do you do this? The first thing we want to do is zero out all the off diagonal elements in this. So we want to basically have no transition of land use types. We want to hold the land use fixed, and we only want to just have the main thing we're focused on here is getting the age distribution of the secondary forest, right? And so we need to then find a harvest of secondary forest, right, that will then lead to a secondary forest age distribution that approximates what you would get in the transient case. And then if you do that, then you can spin up to that. The range in pastureland is somewhat of a separate problem, but I should say that this thing of like zeroing all the off diagonal elements and only finding the secondary forest disturbance rates is the simplest solution. You could also do it where you don't zero off the off diagonal elements, And as long as the sum of the gross fluxes to and from any land use types are equal, i.e. you're not in the net creating any land use type. You've got to, if, as long as your net land use change is zero, you can have these gross land use fluxes. But I'm focusing on the simplest solution right now, which is basically just finding these secondary harvest rates. Okay, so how do we actually do this? The nice thing is that there's an analytic solution to the problem of what the steady state age distribution of secondary lands would be given a pair of young and mature forest harvest rates. And what that age distribution, what that analytical solution is basically piecewise exponential. So if you've got some age of secondary lands that distinguishes between secondary young and secondary mature, you've got basically a decay rate that's equal to the harvest rate of each of those two terms. And so you end up with an age distribution that looks something like this. If you put it in log age distribution, it's basically a piecewise linear. And if you look at the cumulative age distribution, which is the thing you really kind of want to actually fit to, it looks like something like this. So this is just an example using sort of some toy things. But so the fact that there's this nice analytical solution allows you to then find what are the young and mature harvest rates that will then give you the closest approximation to the cumulative age distribution under the steady state conditions. Okay, so how do we do this? So basically, one is we can construct a toy model of the secondary land age distributions. Basically, just runs in a Jupyter notebook. I've actually shared this with our colleagues in Norway and the Norway SM because they're actually trying to actually really do this in earnest in order to run fates for their coupled model. And so they're actually possibly using this stuff in earnest or starting to use it. So, so there's kind of this toy model approach that you need to use. So we then take that toy model, run it starting at year 850, and then run it through the full transient period until the year of interest, which in our case is 1850. And then we basically take the cumulative age distribution from that toy model and then fit the harvest rates that best approximate the cumulative age distribution at that year. And then we use that as our transition matrix for spin up. Okay, so if we do this, this is what you get if you do this in a 4x5 run under an 1850 for the year 1850. So you end up with very high amounts of secondary forest in places like Europe and India, where there's a lot of deforestation or that had happened. The secondary forests are very young in 1850 in those parts of the world. As well as throughout much of the world, there's reasonably high forest secondary forest harvest rates, and then there's a little bit of this sort of secondary mature harvest rates in some other parts of the world. That basically the mature forest rate basically governs this kind of this part of the tail, like how steep things are going up here. And so if, where there's high harvest rate, secondary young harvest rate, the mature harvest rate becomes kind of irrelevant because this approach is one early on in the distribution. Whereas in places where it's going to be sort of flat, but then some mature harvest rate, you get that. Anyway, different pattern. So Australia and other parts of the high latitudes. Okay, so this is all interesting, right? This is all sort of a theoretical exercise using toy models. The real question is, does this actually work? Okay, so I'll talk about some experiments now, comparing 3 ELM fates cases. The first two are in this sort of spin-up method one, where we do a potential vegetation spin-up, apply all the deforestation on the first day of the run, and then do transient from there. Started at once in 1800 and once 1750. So that gives you 50 years or 100 years of this kind of earlier period in order to let the pulse of initial disturbance run out. And then this steady state 1850 like spin up, which going straight into 1850 transient start. And all these climate CO2 are all held constant. So the only driver of change is land use. And I was really hoping to have really cool results, show you all that said everything works great and we can all proceed. But that didn't happen. Last week I was staring at this stuff and trying to, and what I realized is that the secondary land weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing, basically. So this black line is what the total secondary land that's in the forcing data set for each of these runs, and so each of these runs should be following this exactly. And none of them were, right? Basically, we're underestimating the harvest rates in each of these things. And as a result, we have too little secondary land, too much primary lands. The pasture and range and croplands are doing what they're supposed to be doing, but this bit of secondary land. And so after banging my head against the wall for a few days, or no, not a few days, only about a day, I realized that what the problem is. And I opened a pull request because there's a bug there. So yeah, having fixed that bug in my own code, I've now established that the code actually does produce the correct secondary forest amounts or secondary lands amounts in the transient runs. So now I need to go back and redo everything. But we can still look at some of these runs before I pull the plug on them, and just do some qualitative stuff to understand some of these dynamics. And so for the first thing, I just because I should say this is a fairly subtle bug. Like it's actually harvesting the right amount of trees. What it wasn't harvesting was the area in between, the unoccupied area in between trees, which is kind of like a weird, because of the way Fates does the harvest. It's like it kind of tags all the trees and then harvests them. But then in order to get the right composition, you also need to move the land in between the trees, and it wasn't doing that. And so anyway, the point is it's a pretty subtle bug, and so it shouldn't be the first order thing. So I still think there's some information in these runs. Okay, so what is the global carbon stock, including soils, litter, and vegetation, in these runs? And so the first thing to see is that, so the solid lines is only the sort of live ecosystem carbon. The dashed lines includes the product pools that result from the harvesting for each of these runs. And so the first thing to see is that there's a really big offset in the carbon stocks at year 1850 between the run that had all the disturbance on the first time step and the constant 1850. And I think this is because of both these kind of this initial disturbance pulse, as well as the fact that things like soil carbon have been spun up, to under this very different world where there's no secondary lands, there's no range lands, and et cetera. And so I think and you can see them starting to converge more towards each other later in the simulation, right? They're getting closer. But the point is there's this very long-term legacy that seems to persist between these two different spin-up cases. Oh no, okay. Yeah, the other key point is that the 1750 start, the 1850, like it doesn't go through the point of 1850 start. You can start to even see some of these differences, of these differences between these two runs. And so there are these kind of long-term persisting differences. You can start looking at other stuff, things like the difference in vegetation at year 1850 between these two different runs and starting things. You see, pretty similar things, with the exception of a pair of grid cells in the northeastern U.S., which under 1850 there wasn't much. For whatever reason, the forest there seemed to have pretty much died off under this constant 1850 condition. So I need to understand why it's doing that. But with the exception of that, things are pretty close. But there are some differences they need to better understand in the run that where I've corrected all these things. If you just look at the difference in forest carbon for secondary lands only, you see again there are some differences. They're relatively subtle, but we need to understand exactly what the cause is of why you have these differences. And this one, sorry, this isn't coming through too much, but basically this is looking at the actual age distribution of the secondary lands. So like 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 5, et cetera. What you see is that in these, when the run that has the disturbance event followed by the spin up has this kind of an extra amount of relatively young secondary lands in like 20 to 50 and 50-ish range, and is missing all this old stuff, which it kind of has to be, right? Because in this case, we've only started the secondary lands 50 years ago at the start of the simulation. There's no way it can have 200-year-old secondary lands, which is what you do have in the other steady state case. So we expect there to be some differences there, and we need to better understand what the cause of those. Anyway, so to conclude, there appears to be a way to do an I-1850-like spin-up procedure in fates by finding these secondary harvest rates that approximate the transient age distribution for a given year. If we could do this, it would be good because it's much simpler than the alternative, and it avoids some of the weirdness of having these legacies of disturbance. We're still working on assessing the differences between these different spin-up methods. I've run into a bug in the transient cases, so I need to rerun all this stuff before I can actually have real results that to present to you all. So thanks.
Okay, we have time for a couple questions.
Can you explain the 1800 versus 1750, why they're in the order they are?
They go down.
Yeah, like why the 1700 is higher?
Yeah, I would have kind of.
Yeah, I can't explain it. I need to stare at this a lot much longer. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
So this feels like it's still at the sort of exploratory stage, which is fine, obviously. But how do you envision this eventually being like a user accessible feature? Is this something that most users, if they do a spin up, they're going to have to do themselves, or would it be sufficient for them to start with, even if they've modified the code, to start with harvest rate during the 1850 spin up?
Yeah, I mean, so right now, the tool to generate the tool that generates these kinds of maps is pretty artisanal, right? It's just a Jupyter notebook that I've written. For example, there are already some issues, right? The Noria Sam, because it's on an unstructured grid, needs to take all this code that I've written in Xarray and get it to actually work in an unstructured grid, right? So I think that if we're going to do this, then we're going to need to make this code more generally useful. The way the code is that regrades the LUH2, it's in this sort of tools kit, and one can generate that stuff, right? So we need to migrate this kind of code into that as well. I think what we should do when this becomes more supported, and if we do choose to follow this as a method, is to provide both transient land use data sets and steady state land use data sets. In the same way, there's an I-1850 comp set for non-fates. There could be an I-1850 comp set that just has already run all this stuff. So yeah, but there's some work that's going to be required to get it from my sort of artisanal in the sense of non-reproducible Jupyter notebook to something that's much more reproducible.
All right, thanks. And good. I think we have to move on, but thank you so much, Charlie. Okay, so next we're going to hear from Katya. Oh yeah. Who is going to talk about calibrating fates at neon sites.
Is this thing working? Hi everyone, I'm a postdoc at CU Boulder and a long-term visitor up here at NCAR, and I'm going to be talking to you today about my work calibrating fates at neon sites. But before I get into that, I just wanted to acknowledge all my collaborators and funding sources for this work. You can see up here, especially Adriana, who's been super helpful in helping me get started with running fates, and then also with sharing all of her calibration workflows. And I've been funded to do this work by NEON, actually, on the NCAR NEON collaboration. And NEON is the National Ecological Observatory Network. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that. And this is very much a work in progress still, so I'd be happy to hear that. So we know that tundra ecosystems are warming at faster rates than the global average. And this can have important implications for global carbon cycling. But we also know that these systems are typically not very well represented in models such as CLM. But being able to calibrate an ecosystem demography model like fates at point scales can allow us to not only better represent these systems in our models, but also to explore ecological hypotheses about how these systems may be changing. And as I mentioned, I'm working on this as part of the NCAR NEON collaboration, which has the general aim of linking NCAR's modeling tools with NEON's observation network. So you can kind of see what that workflow looks like, but basically makes the system a lot more accessible to non-expert users and makes it a lot easier to run point scale simulations at a variety of neon sites. And I'm specifically working on running CLM fates at neon tower sites that look like this. So the top one is Niagara Ridge, an alpine site, and the bottom one is Tulik, a Arctic tundra site. So before I get into that, just wanted to give a little bit more background about fates, which is a vegetation demography model that you can run within CLM. You just heard Charlie talking about it, and it simulates vegetation in plant functional types, or PFTs, and cohorts. And because fates is a really complex model that represents processes at a variety of scales, so ranging from the leaf level to the plant level, all the way up to the ecosystem scale, that makes it really challenging to calibrate. So because of that, they've developed this calibration cascade where you can kind of increase in complexity as you go through these different modes. And by turning off certain processes, we can more easily isolate other processes, allowing us to tune parameters as we kind of move through this increasing complexity. So I'll be starting in SP mode, or satellite technology mode, where you use observed LAI and plant height for each PFT, and you turn off growth, disturbance, and mortality. So it's a much simpler mode of running fates that allows us to isolate parameters. And then as you move through in complexity, there's no competition mode, where PFTs are growing in a fixed area, and there is growth and disturbance, but still no competition. And then prescribed biogeography, where you have growth, disturbance, and competition, but PFTs are only prescribed where they grow, so only where they actually occur. And then in the end, you have full fates with all the levers turned on. But today I'll just be talking about satellite technology mode, where we can tune biophysical parameters because those growth and disturbance parameters won't matter. And we can calibrate against things like GPP, ET fluxes, and hopefully tuning these parameters, and then we can use that information in subsequent steps of this calibration cascade. But today I'll just be focusing on the first step, and also with the goal of bringing in some additional neon data products into this workflow. So just really quick background about sites. So as I said, I've been working at Tulik and Niwot Ridge. So Tulik is an Arctic tundra site in the north slope of Alaska, and Niwot is in the Colorado Front Range. And they're kind of similar in terms of their vegetation, but Tulik has mainly sedges and tussock grasses and some shrubs, and then Niwot is dominated by grasses, forests, and sedges with also some willow shrubs. So you can see what these look like from the cameras that are on the towers. And I also just wanted to talk about some of the neon data products that I've been using. So neon has a wealth of data that we can use to inform our CLM simulations. And as I mentioned, for SP mode, we use observed LAI. So if we're doing this at point scales, we can actually use some of these neon data products. So the first one of interest is the digital hemispherical photos, which I'll show you what those look like in a moment. But we can use these to derive biophysical metrics such as plant area index, which I've been using as kind of a proxy for LAI. And that's collected bi-weekly throughout the growing season at these neon sites. And then also they have a bunch of phenology data sets. This is part of the Phenocam network if you're familiar with that. But there's a camera mounted on every neon tower that collects images every 15 minutes. So this is a really cool data set, and you can derive this greenness index that I'll be referring to as GCC from this imagery. So the first step of this work involved taking those digital hemispherical photos and getting PAI data from those. This is what the images look like. So it's basically a fisheye camera that they point down at the vegetation. And at forest sites, they would also take upward images of the canopy. And so this guy named Luke Brown actually developed a Python module that you can use basically to get a bunch of biophysical variables from these raw images, which is really cool. And that data is actually available already from a lot of neon sites from his work. And then on the right there, you can see what those data look like. So I'm showing PAI for each site, just a time series. And as I mentioned, it's only collected bi-weekly, so it's a pretty sparse data set. And for our LAI input for CLM, we ideally would have something at higher frequency and smoother. So that's where the Phenocam data come in. So as I mentioned, we can get this greenness index from these Phenocam images, and that's an example of what one of those images looks like. And usually there's a region of interest within the image where you could extract greenness. And I wanted to see what the relationship between GCC and PAI would look like. And it turns out they correlate really well. So we can use that to then predict, since we have daily GCC, we can then predict daily PAI, which is what I did on the bottom here. So in blue are the predicted values from that relationship, and then in black is the raw data on top of that. So I ultimately use that to generate a smooth LAI stream that I can then put into CLM at daily frequency. And I did this for both sites, but going forward, I'm just going to be focusing on Tulik for calibration because the tower footprint, as you saw, it's dominated by herbaceous vegetation, so we can represent it with just one PFT, the Arctic C3 grass. So I just wanted to start simple with one PFT before starting to calibrate with 3 PFTs. So now that we have LAI streams for these sites, we can then run DLM as well as CLM with fates. And that's what I'm showing you here. So this is, I just did a default CLM run and a default fates run with that LAI stream that I created without making any other changes. In orange, you can see the neon data. So on top, I have net radiation. On the bottom, there's climate productivity averaged over several years of data. And then in blue, we have just CTSM, and in green, we have fates. You can see that we have some biases here, especially in fates GPP. And since we're using that the observed LAI, this suggests that maybe we need to make some parameter changes to better capture GPP at the site. So that's why I then want to calibrate. I'm just going to kind of walk through what that calibration workflow looks like. So the first step was to create a Latin hypercube ensemble. So I basically created 500 fates parameter sets of 12 parameters of interest, and then ran the model using those parameter sets. So this histogram here is showing you the output of that. So the first variable I wanted to calibrate to was total annual GPP. And we wanted to check that that ensemble is actually capturing the observations from the site so that we have something to calibrate to. And you can see the red dashed line is the mean total annual GPP from those years. You can see that's right in the middle ensemble, which is great. And the next step is to train an emulator on that annual GPP metric from our Latin hypercube, which would then allow us to predict fates output from many more parameter sets without having to keep running the model. So it saves a lot of time and computation. This plot here is showing fates GPP versus emulated GPP, with the dashed line is just a 1-to-1 line. You can see all the points are falling on that line really well, and we have low RMSE, so our GPP emulator is predicting fates output really well. And we can also look at how sensitive our parameters are to this GPP metric. This is just showing you half of the parameters that I was using. So you can see on the top right is the leaf VC max. You can see that that has a really strong relationship with GPP in contrast to the one below it, which is this turbulence displacement height, and seems to be really not sensitive to GPP. So next, we can then use that emulator to resample our parameter space many more times. As I said, to not have to run the model all those times. So I resampled 100,000 parameter sets, and then this is the output of that. So it looks the same as our distribution before, but it's much denser than the Latin hypercube. Then again, we have our neon observations on top of that. And then from this, we can calculate in a plausibility metric to determine the most plausible parameter values and try to pick the best parameter set. And ultimately, we want parameters that are really sensitive but have low implausibility. And in the first round of calibration, because VC max was so sensitive, as you saw, that was the only parameter that came out. And after fixing that to the best value, you can see how much that constrained our ensemble on the right there. So then we can go through multiple rounds of calibration where we fix VC max and then go through another round, then ultimately end up with some hopefully best parameter values that we can then rerun fates with and hopefully get a better result. So this is just kind of where I ended up last week. So on the right, I'm showing you total annual GPP with the default model in black, the calibrated model in blue, and observations in red. So you can see that we did have a lot of improvement in that total annual metric. Then when we look at the annual cycle on the right, which has the same color scheme, but this is GPP averaged over by the date of year. So it's the annual cycle, and you can see that we're still really not capturing like the seasonality of GPP. So that suggests that we need to incorporate other metrics besides just total annual GPP that better account for chronology and the timing of cleanup. that's something I'll be working on in terms of next steps. And then also I want to calibrate to latent heat and sensible heat in addition to just GPP. But looking at this plot here suggests that we'll have to revisit our ensemble and maybe change the parameter ranges since the observations are way outside of my current ensemble, which doesn't give us anything to calibrate to. And then ultimately, I also want to expand this to other herbaceous field sites, which is what I want, but these tools could also be really easily extended to other sites as well.
Okay, any questions? Perhaps, yeah. I'm curious, what kind of emulators are you using and how are you like setting up the training and validation data? Because that was very skillful performance.
Well,
yeah.
Mostly because Adriana's already created the whole workflow. It's a Gaussian process emulator, right? But I don't know a ton about the nitty gritty of the emulator itself.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what that one was, but yeah, I mean, in so base SP mode,
It is, yeah, it's very easily predicted with the emulator. So yeah. Once you get into no comp mode, it gets less skillful, but SP mode, especially GPP, is like, you just really need to know what the VC max is, and it'll get you there. Yeah. Yeah, Rosie?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was just thinking about like your annual cycle problem, and so I didn't track what you said before. The thing you were trying to emulate was that like the annual sum or average? Was it just like one number?
yes, the total sum.
Yeah. And so I guess like, yeah, what's the answer to that? So like, I know Lene has talked about this before about predicting the model outputs rather than the error, right? Like the sort of like order one solution is to say, well, maybe what we should emulate is the RMSE rather than the actual fluxes. And I guess that you found that hard, didn't you, Linnea, right? So like the emulator wasn't very skillful, but in this case the emulator is very skillful and it's quite a simple space. So yeah, I just wondered what you thought would be the right thing to do to get that annual cycle.
Yeah, well, something Adriana and I have talked about is trying to capture kind of the onset and offset of green-up of GPP. So she had tried calculating like some offset and onset slopes, and that seems like it could be a promising metric to calibrate to.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, and I think she only did just one, and I think like, yeah, I think the neon data, because it's so noisy, I think it presents some, you can kind of like go in the wrong direction accidentally. And so you need a lot of, I think maybe, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to talk about it, but Katya's work is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is kind of noisy throughout the oops.
Anyway, nice work. Thanks.
We're capturing some of that. No, if we're just looking at the total, we're capturing some of that.
Question from Josh? Josh?
Yeah, I think maybe I'm seeing the answer here now that you're showing this plot again, but I was wondering about whether or not you're using like the observed, whether you have good snow data for the observations, because that's obviously going to affect the DPP here as well. It looks like you actually have the onset of green up like pretty accurate though for your observations, just sort of shifted in terms of magnitude and peak. But I didn't know if you're using observed snow or predicted snow or something like that.
Yeah, we don't have good snow depth from the neon site, and that was something I struggled with. I didn't talk about, but when I first started running fates, the snow depth was really off compared to CLM, even though everything else was the same. So I think that's something I need to revisit, and maybe is related to why latent heat looks bad too. But yeah, the snow depth is definitely an issue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I guess we'll have time for more questions later. Okay, so next is, sorry, I usually ask for people how to pronounce her name, Shuyi Li. Is going to talk about model validation and sensitivity analysis on tropical dry forest response to nutrient fertilization.
What I'm gonna talk about today is the model validation and sensitivity analysis on tropical dry forest response to nutrient fertilization. The forest carbon cycles are represented in our system models as coupled atmospheric and land surface processes. And carbon is circulating through a series of biophysical, biochemical, and physiological processes, such as photosynthesis, respiration, allocation, mortality, etc. Much effort has gone into the first processes in the first process in this pathway, which is a photosynthesis, but the other processes could be equally important. However, despite their importance, some processes are not accurately or sufficiently represented in our system models. For example, nutrients are known to influence many of the processes in Earth system models, for example, the nitrogen cycling is incorporated in just more than half of the models contributing to global carbon project, and the models with phosphorus cycling are even fewer. Let's take a deeper look at the soil nutrient availability influence. So in terrestrial ecosystems, macronutrients, especially nitrogen and phosphorus, are known to should regulate plant growth. Many studies also show that soil nutrient availability can influence a carbon budget globally and even alter the size and magnitude of the land carbon sink. But the effect of nutrient availability has not been accurately or sufficiently represented in many of the Earth system models, which this issue could be critical because these models must correctly simulate the effect of nutrient availability on these pathways. We could think about some examples. For example, the residence time is much longer than the residence time of leaf and roots. So if the allocation is biased, that it's very likely that the land carbon sink is also biased. Another example is that like most of soil carbon is derived from root tissues. So instead of the above ground biomass. So it's very likely that the soil carbon sink is also sensitive to the NPP allocation. So the question I'm going to ask is, how will plants adjust NPP allocation, particularly to below ground and versus above ground parts in response to nutrient fertilization in a tropical dry forest? So how plants adjust the allocation in response to soil nutrient change? I would like to first introduce a theory that likely to be known by most of us. So the multiple limitation theory told us the plants should adjust to their environment so that all essential resources are equally limiting. Based on this theory, we might have expected that when acquisition of a particular nutrient is the most limiting factor for plants, any increases in that nutrient should have resulted in decreased allocation to the roots. In this study, I focused on the soluble phosphorus for our tropical study site. However, how plants adjust allocation in response to soil nutrients remains unclear. Some observations could be ambiguous about the relative relationship between below ground versus above ground. And some reported that above ground production increased more than below ground production with phosphorus addition. And some others observed increase in fine root production relative to above ground production with phosphorus addition. And the last one is of particular interest because it seems to be contrasting to the multiple limitation theory. So accordingly, I had 3 hypotheses for this question. First, it could be a fixed allocation to fine roots. Second is a negative correlation, which means more soil nutrients, less allocation to roots. And the third is a positive correlation, more soil nutrients, more allocation to the roots. A little bit about the model that I used for this study. I used that too, which is a process-based dynamic vegetation model. It could explicitly simulate ecosystem productivity, carbon allocation, plant recruitment, mortality, etc. through explicit representation of both physical and biological processes, and with the competition for light, water, and nutrients. For the time being, I'm not gonna go too deep about this model, but it has some advantage in representing within ecosystem heterogeneity and diversity through this hierarchical structure that capturing the within ecosystem heterogeneity. And the version of L2 I used for this study also coupled with 2 other models. So with MENT, the MENT model support this coupled model with the ability to simulate microbe activity and the enzyme activity. And with NCOM, it was able to simulate the competition between plants and microbial and microbes. Yeah. But the model modification is still based on L2. Okay. So the study sites we intended to simulate was in a experimental forest in Costa Rica. It is about a 30-year regenerating tropical dry forest, and this fertilization experiment started from 2015. It is a fully factorial experiment that consisting of 16 sites, randomly assigned 1 of 4 treatment. So I first did a baseline model performance test, which used a initial model parameterization, that is the ratio of root productivity to leaf productivity was set to 0.3. Here's some result of the baseline model results. So in this figure shows the comparison with observations for leaf, wood, fine root productivity, and also stem mortality. Blue lines shows the model results, and the gray lines shows the observation. We could see that the model simulated pretty reasonable biomass productivity and mortality in baseline settings, but there are some biases existing and basically in the fine root production. The next step I did alternative parameterizations for the short-term simulations. Basically, I used for the reason of being of simplicity, I used a linear relationship to model the positive, negative, or constant relationship between soil phosphorus and this root to leaf ratio. So this table shows the model data comparison for all the alternative parameterizations for at a 3-year model validation. All the colored entries indicate statistical difference, statistically significant differences between model simulations and observations in means of any of those 4 treatments. And L refers to leaf production, W refers to wood production, R refers to root production. So we can see that only parameterizations assuming a positive relationship between allocation to fine roots and soil phosphorus are able to simulate the most realistic overall positioning of biomass productivity. The last set of simulations were, I used the same set of alternative parameterization, but run it for 30 years as a long-term a long-term sensitivity analysis. And here's the result of this 30 years simulations. These are the average across 30 years and over all the treatment. And from left to right shows the result of AGB, fine root biomass, LAI, and root to leaf ratio. 2 key points I wanna stress here is that the first thing is we can see that the pattern of AGB and LAI is pretty much coincidence with each other. So it suggests that the capture of above ground resources could ultimately limit the production. Another thing that we observed, we can see some like over allocation to fine roots in the positive parameterizations, which could be some issues about over allocation to fine roots, but it might not be easily foreseen just by looking at the 3-year data model comparison. So what might, let's go back to our initial question, what might explain the success of positive parameterizations? I have some, it just could be some possible explanations. So firstly, it could be that soil phosphorus supply, not the root biomass, limited the phosphorus uptake in the unfertilized plots. An extreme case here is that in the complete absence of soil phosphorus, like the most like optimal allocation, it could be 0 in order 0 fine root in order to avoid construction and maintenance cost. And as the soil phosphorus increase above 0, the optimal amount would also increase. And the second possible explanation could be the deciduousness of this forest. And the third might be the plant needs some over allocation to fine roots in order to maximize their ability to compete with their neighbors. Yeah, some take-home message. The first, we found that only parameterizations assuming a positive relationship between the relative allocation to fine root to soil phosphorus might be able to accurately simulate this allocation at a 3-year timescale. But this parameterization would over-allocate to fine roots to phosphorus fertilized plots in multi-decadal time scales. And the last one is is important to do a simultaneous measurement and to do a long-term experiment in order to answer this question. That's
Okay, I think we have time for one question.
Thanks for your talk.
Was it possible that like nitrogen limitation was playing a role when you add the phosphorus fertilization? Did you look at that in the model at all?
Yes. We did the simulations for all kind of four types of fertilization, but we didn't observe any effect of nitrogen in both model and field observations. And it also makes sense because it's a tropical forest, and tropical forests are usually not limited by nitrogen.
Okay, thank you so much. So next, we're gonna have Zoe Zhu talk. Her talk is. Sorry, no. So the competition between plant water stress and stomatal conducting configurations, which is more important for transpiration? Oh, it's not like here. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Hi, everyone. Oh. Hi. Hi everyone. I'm Zhi, a first-year graduate student at CSU. Previously, I was working on climate dynamics, and now I'm exploring plant physiology while working with Donica and Dave. And today, I will present our recent work on the competition between plant water stress and stomatal conductance configurations. Which one is more important for transpiration? So transpiration is an important component in the water cycle and dominates the terrestrial water flux. Transpiration is the water evaporation from plants through stomach, which is controlled by soil water potential, soil water, and atmospheric water demand. And there are two major configurations in COM depicts this process, that is stomatal conductance and plant water stress. Bowberry and Madeline are two commonly used stomatal conductance model in COM. They have similar equations both with the intercept and slope term. G1 is a fitted parameters, and the slope of the line in the below figure just shows the value of G1 in the Madeline model. However, Madeline is not as empirical as Bowberry model. It's based on the optimization theory that act to minimize water loss per unit carbon gain. For the plant water stress configuration, soil moisture stress uses an empirical relationship between root distribution and soil water content to calculate water stress factor, while plant hydraulic stress calculates water stress factor in a mechanistic way by using leaf water potential, which responds to both soil water potential and atmospheric water demand. So in the below figure shows the within day variation of stress factor. We can find that there remains almost constant in SMS while have dino circle in PHS. So from SMS in COM 4.5 to PHS in COM 5, previous research have shown that there are improvements in model simulations in transpiration at tropical sites, while application of the Bowberry and Madeline model to simulate stomatal conductance for specific species show comparable simulation skills. So it is actually not sure that from empirical to mechanistic or optimization-based model will always improve model simulations across all sites or for all species. So we are driving deeper into this area to understand how sensitivity the model outputs are to the changes in configurations, like from SMS to PHS or Bowberry to Madeline. So we are trying to measure the impact of configuration changes on transpiration and try to identify which configurations has greater impact on transpiration? And does this impact various ways climate conditions? BPD and soil water are two key climate variables, which measures atmospheric and soil water conditions. So we make a simple assumptions here that under dry soil water conditions, the impact of plant water stress will have a larger role in the transpiration, while under wetter soil conditions, the GS function will play a bigger role. So we focus on the 9 neon sites. They all have the same dominant plant function type in CLM, but they have different characteristics. For the southeastern and western US sites, they have high precipitation and are wetter than the central US sites. But for the western US sites, they have high temperature but low precipitation in summer. So this may lead to more severe water stress than southeastern US sites. Also, it is worth noting that at Yellowstone and Rocky Mountain National Park sites, the temperature in winter below 0 Celsius. So it may stop or even, so it may reduce or even stop transpiration at these sites. We did 4 land model experiments with different combination of stomatal conductance and plant water stress. Before conducting experiments, we did a few modifications. We let G1 varies by plant function type in ball bearing model and applies plant water stress factor on the G0 in the metal model to let ball bearing and metal model more comparable. And we focus on the daily noontime for study as the transpiration reaches or approximates to its maximum values. Also, in order to account the alternates in stomatal conductance equation, we excluded conditions when net photosynthesis is less than 0. As at this time, the G1 term is in stomatal conductance is tend to be 0. In this work, this exclusion is based on the net ecosystem exchange is less than 0. So the shading area in this figure shows the time period we selected for each site. And the colored lines shows the daily variation of transpiration from 4 experiments. So these 4 experiments is helpful to measure the impact of PWS and GS. Through calculating the differences between 2 experiments under the different GS function, we can calculate the impact of GS differences on transpiration, and the differences is further divided by the maximum differences for normalization. So the red equations shows the impact of stomatal conductance, and the blue equations shows the impact of plant water stress. So to see how this impact index varies with climate conditions, we created a scatter plot with soil water anomalies on the x-axis and VPD anomalies on the y-axis. And the color represents the strength of the impact index. We can find their color change from the lower left to the lower right to the upper left. So this means that soil water and VPD will have impact on the impact index. And to get further details on their relationship with impact index on each side, we did a linear regression analysis. And the top subfigures shows the impact index of PWS. The below figure shows the impact index of stomatal conductance. And within each figure, with VPD and soil water on the x-axis and their coefficients on the y-axis. And the bar color change from left to the right shows the size change from southeastern to western, and the positive values means that higher values of VPD or soil water is related to the larger impact of PWS or GS. So and with significance is marked by the double arrow stick. So we can find in general, the larger impact index of PWS is related to higher VPD and lower soil water. But for the impact of GS, it is the opposite. When we ignore the insignificance coefficients and only focus on the sign of their coefficients and let soil water on the x-axis and VPD on the y-axis, we can testify the hapsides we proposed earlier. So does the plant water stress configuration is more related to the negative soil water, and the GS function is related to the positive soil water? So we can get the distribution of the impact of plant water stress and stomatal conductance. And we can find that in southeastern sites, the high VPD is related to the larger impact of plant water stress, while low values of VPD is related to the larger impact of GS. For the Rocky Mountain National Park sites, it is dry atmosphere related to the large impact of GS, while for the Yale, Wolf, and Teak sites, it is the wetter soil moisture is associated with the larger GS impacts, while for the Abbey and Soap sites, it is dry atmosphere and dry soil water related to the greater impact of plant water stress, while the opposite is for the GS impact. So overall, this result is more complicated than we expected, and the distribution of PWS and GS varies across sites. This is possibly because of the mean climate differences, but it needs further explore. So our results, based on these results, we should be careful when selecting plant water stress and stomatal conductance configurations. Under different climate conditions, it is important to consider which configuration has greater impact, as the selection of a proper configuration will give a more efficient improvement in the model. And in the last, I want to say thanks to Donica, Dave, Adriana, and Will for their help on this work and on the code modification. And thank you.
Wow, thank you. Any questions?
It seemed like I was trying to like come up with some way to simplify the results in my head. It seemed like there was kind of a west versus east difference between where you saw like the relationship between plant water stress and stomatal conductance. Do you think that's just related to the hydroclimate that those forests are growing in? Like kind of dry summers during the growing season in the western US and wet summers in the eastern US?
I think there are other climate factors needed to consider, but I think VPD and soil water are two dominant climate factors. Yeah, but I think more works need to be done in these aspects.
I had a question, actually. So does plant height impact the water stress?
Plant height?
Yeah.
I think it will increase the transportation of water through root to stomach. So I think it is a reason we should consider. But in CLM, I think I don't know whether the plant height is included in this configuration. So
yeah, this is really neat. So just to be clear, what you're looking at here, you're looking at the sensitivity of sort of the background, the existing variation in VPD and soil water that were observed at these sites.
Yeah.
Is that right? I was wondering if you thought about trying like a more prescribed sensitivity experiment where you directly change VPD or soil water.
yeah, I think the drawback of this work is I didn't consider the parameter. And the parameter will influence a lot on these results. So yeah, I will consider in the future and in the next step.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the parameter. Another dimension. I was just thinking about a more controlled experiment of the same amount of VPD change,
Yeah.
same amount of soil moisture change would be another angle.
think more. Okay, well, we can open.
For general discussion now. We have about, I don't know, 10 minutes until, really, no, like 5 minutes. Yeah, thanks to everyone, speakers so far. I don't know if we want to talk about anything. Anyone have general discussion points they want to bring up?
Online has been really quiet. Anyone online want to? Oh,
Is there any appetite for like cross neon, like co-calibration, like not choosing different parameters for each site, but making yourself choose?
yes.
Sure.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, yeah. I think right now I think we're still working on getting the workflow for calibrating at the single sites with the neon data, just because the neon data is kind of noisy and figure that out. But I think, yeah, there's multiple ways you could go about it, right? You could have each site be like its own thing and have its own parameter values, which I think is valid. Or you could say, no, I want to have a robust, yeah, I don't know. Katya, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I guess I hadn't really thought about that. But are you thinking like across sites where like grassland sites with all the same
Like you, like,
calibration?
yeah, if they're the same PFTs.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea.
And comparing to like stuff that Linnea is doing that's more using reanalysis.
Yeah, I want to make new PFTs. I want to run them all, calibrate them individually, and then do like a cluster of the parameter values to say like, well, here are like the neon PFTs, but that's my eye in the sky.
Well, I think like Linea's global calibrations and choosing those parameter sets, I think feeding those into these single point simulations would be a great way to kind of evaluate in a more constrained. It might totally blow up.
Terrible.
It could be a terrible idea, but I think it could, like, no one's really doing that right now. And I think we're seeing that the neon workflow is something that's easy enough to run that people are starting to.
How many neon site years are there?
4,
Two.
2 to 4.
And
No, like
sites, so
400 or-
200.
Oh, site. Oh, yeah.
But not 200 per PFT.
Right.
Sanjeev has a hand. Sanjeev?
Yeah, so when we calibrated
Hold on,
it,
Can't hear you.
can you hear me? Yeah, so when we calibrated the neon site for a kind of point scale and we applied that parameter to kind of regional scale, what happened, other PFT died. So yeah, you can have a neon site calibration, but it can also affect the other PFT in the region. So that is. And even if you apply that parameter set to only to the calibrated PFT, because there are other parameters that affects uncalibrated PFT. Thank you.
I think this highlights kind of these two approaches we have, this global top-down calibration. We're trying to orient the model to agree generally with broad metrics. And then we have these bottom-up calibrations that are site level with rich data sets. And we don't have a really good way of merging those two. There's this big gap in the middle between our approaches. I think that's an area we need to address. Yeah, and I should also say there's a CalMIP effort underway, and we'll be talking about maybe a plumber site level cross calibration. So anyone who's interested in engaging with that effort, let us know and we can loop you into the workshop next month.
Or, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I had a simpler question for Katya. Sort of coming back to plumber, you know, with the neon and all the, you know, the phenocam, things like that, you can get a really good LAI, annual cycle estimate. With plumber, I think they went and kind of plucked, if I remember right, plucked the LAI from a satellite estimate motive or something like that. Just curious, like, how different is it when you have the neon level compared to what they would have done in Plumber? You probably haven't evaluated that, but
Yeah, I haven't compared them directly, but I'm imagining them being a little better.
you know, it should be better. But
Yeah.
so but that calls into question. You know, obviously it's already known the big question about the Plumber sites that, you know, they're trying to have this pretty indirect estimate of the LAI, and I think they're just picking the max value and then letting groups figure out how to do the annual cycle. I can't remember exactly what we did. It's just another problem when we're trying to calibrate and we don't know what the LAIs are.
Do those sites have phenotypes? They're kind of all over the place.
No, I don't think they have phenocam, so that's why they're using this.
The US one.
Yeah.
It's
that's what I was
just-
thinking.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess it would be a way to, if someone really cared, they could cross-validate the method that you're using with the method that Plumber is using and just see how bad the Plumber method is, I guess.
I mean, none of the neon sites are gonna be in Plumber.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
I guess they
it's not super easy to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask a more general question. So we heard from Charlie about like, what are some of the bigger picture fates things that need to happen in order to make fates usable in the like more global, potentially CESM coupled kind of context. And then we heard a bunch about calibrating at smaller scales. Are these, and I know there's efforts to calibrate in CLM and efforts to calibrate in fates, like I'm interested in that larger big picture of getting fates into the globally coupled version. Are these calibration challenges, what's unique about them in fates that we need to consider in order to get? Is Rosie going to answer my question or ask another one? I
Go
just
ahead,
had
Rosie.
for discussion. Yeah.
Did it might go? I didn't.
Are you going to answer? Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're trying to like make this work for NORISM, and in general, our NORISM timeline is about 6 months behind CESM, and so we've, in terms of the things that need to happen, what we have been coming up with against is a bunch of chemistry coupling things that needed to be made to work in fates, which we've for the almost nearly the most part got most of these things working in NORISM now. The last thing is like the dry deposition code, and so we've been kind of working through all of those little well, things that we didn't think about before, but atmospheric chemistry people care about a lot. And so then you know, there's a few critical things. We need to think about the NBP fluxes and how to pass those back to CLM. And then, so Adriana's been working on the SP calibration. And I was, you know, back in the summer, I created a no comp calibration with a previous round of her SP calibration, which is what Charlie's been using inside of his spin up runs, as far as I know. And so we're sort of about to kick off another round of no comp calibration, sort of building on this infrastructure that I had made before, which is largely similar to what Adriana and I guess the kind of thing that Katya was showing, but at a kind of larger scale. So that's all kind of very much ongoing right now. And I'm very much hoping that we will get to a point where we have a sensible fates before summer. But yeah.
Rose, just since I had to pull the plug on all my simulations and I'm going to restart them all, I might wait until, well, a question is whether or not I should wait for you on that next new calibrated no comp version or not before kicking things off again.
Probably not.
Okay.
No, I think it's worth doing those, you know, getting that workflow sorted out in the near term. And also we've been working on a lot on fates diagnostics. We've made a new diagnostics package over here. And I'm not going to do a whole seminar on this, but yeah. On CalMIP and the question that I think it was Linnea raised about the individual sites and the kind of top down versus what we could call top down versus bottom up. I mean, my kind of feeling on that is like doing it in the simplest possible case would be good, just to see if we can make sensible inferences across those scales, right? And like Adriana's idea about calibrating all the different tower sites and figuring out what the infer parameters are, and then seeing if there's like geographical variation in those that we can't capture with the PFT scale simplification. That's potentially a really cool thing to kind of make part of CalMIP, right? So maybe we could raise that discussion when we have that conversation. I'm sure all the other groups are thinking about this too.
All right. Should we go for break? Yeah, let's take a break.
Hi. Yes, I
Oh,
can hear.
okay. Great. Can you start sharing your screen with your presentation?
Can you see my screen now?
Yes. Great. Okay. So this first set of talks, we're going to hear from Cesar talking about overlooking plant physiological processes in land surface models, how lumping tree species across scales undermine key information of forest functioning under stress.
Thank you very much for the space. I really want to thank NCAR for opening this space for sharing all the research that everybody is doing worldwide. Also, I want to thank the research team from Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology, Kanishka, Stanislaus, and Mauro, for all the work we have been doing during the last years under the support of the Luxembourg National Research Fund within the project capacity. During the last years, we have been using a lot the CLM5 model, searching for different ways to use it as a tool for testing or evaluating the stress of forest ecosystems, taking advantage of the plant hydraulic system that was implemented by Kennedy, all the people. Something important is that when we are using the land surface models, traditionally we are using data from eddy flux towers, and we are looking all the fluxes from the whole ecosystems. Nonetheless, there are key processes of how the forests are responding to a specific stress, such as droughts or heat wave, that somehow can be shadowed by the overall energy balance or fluxes that we have. So therefore, we selected different sites across Europe where we are where we choose forest ecosystems where are characterized by having only one species that allow us to test the main PFTs that we have across Europe. We selected the information for looking into the actual transpiration of those sites from the subfluxnet, and implemented an index that we call it the index of transpired energy, that is no more than the proportion of transpiration over the incoming solar radiation. This looking everything into an energetic perspective, evaluating how much of the energy balance is actually invested by the forest ecosystems for the transpiration processes. So the good thing about this index is that can give us information for sites where we don't have more detailed information about stomatal conductance or direct measurements or fluxes such as CO2, where we can get information as GPPP. But then we can take a lot of information of how these forests are responding to different stress factors from the environment. It can be a shallow soil, water availability, heat stress. And then taking advantage of the plant hydraulic system, we decided to use the percent loss of conductivity that we can retrieve from this part of the model. When we see the index, we can see different responses. So here we have the 18 sites, and from these 18 sites, we are evaluating the main PFTs, evergreen, needle-leaf, evergreen, broadleaf, the deciduous ecosystems, but also needle-leaf, deciduous, broadleaf, evergreen ecosystems. Not only evaluating per PFT, but also lumping these ecosystems per bioregion. So when we see the response of these sites, there are important clues that we have to take into consideration, such as, let's take, for example, these sites in Spain that are characterizing the needle-leaf evergreen. Even though they are located on the Mediterranean basin and they are receiving a similar amount of energy, the response of how these ecosystems are investing the energy into transpiration differ quite considerably. But also looking into different different PFTs located exactly on the same environment, we have different responses. So we can see sites that, such as this one in Germany, that has a lot of water availability because it's close to a lake, but then due to the high water table, there is constraining the transpiration. So it doesn't matter the water, the energy availability or water availability, but the stagnant conditions restricts the response of the transpiration. So when we see this response, we can see some sites that are unconstrained, such as Hesse in France, that is with Fagus sylvatica, and is able to transpire, to make use efficiently of all the energy. And then we have sites, these ones in Italy, that are under Larix decidua, or these Spanish sites that are more constrained by the other variables, such as the soil depth, that also affects the water availability. So how we test this with the model, or how we use CLM5 to evaluate this stress, was taking advantage of the plant hydraulic system. So for those sites that we have individual species, we collect all the available information from the literature to retrieve the plant vulnerability curve for the specific species. And then we modify the parameterization to test what or how the different responses of the generic model parameterization, that one that is given by default within the model, that is represented by this purple line, differ from the resistant and vulnerable parameterizations described by the blue and red lines respectively. So you can see how in the case of Fagus sylvatica or Quercus petraea, the generic model parameterization lies within the boundaries. But there are important differences for needle-leaf evergreen species such as Avis pinsapu or Picea avis, where the generic parameterization lies beyond the information retrieved for species that are classified within those PFTs. So we ingested this information within the model and start running the sites over 20 years. Therefore, when we take all this information for the individual species, individual model parameterizations, and we see lumping all the results from the model, we can see that with the green, we see how the observed data, the data you obtained from the transpiration measurements. And we can see that at continental scale, all the model parameterizations overestimate the transpiration. The transpiration, and therefore the use of energy to convert the water into vapor. And only the vulnerable parameterization all over all the continent is the one that is matching at the beginning of the extended summer season. And when we see the response here at the bottom, at the lower plot, how the models are responding for the different compartments of the information, we can see that the generic, the vulnerable, and the resistance, all of this one lies on an area that is between 0 and 12% of loss of conductivity that can be considered as fully recovery without any stress. But when we start splitting the information and looking, for example, for the continental bioregion, that here we have different species, such as Fagus sylvatica, Pinus sylvestris, we can see how this species, only the vulnerable, is the one that is providing a much better representation of the energy used by the covers. Meanwhile, the other ones are overestimating this transpiration because the parameterization is not showing the stress of these land covers. Or when we see the Mediterranean sites, how they behave, actually, they are more affected by the stressor, the climatic stressors, the low precipitation, and most of the parameterizations lies below. And if you see here how the plant hydraulic system is responding to these stressors, you can see how all of them, they start responding with the root or the stem system below larger than 12% of loss of conductivity. So, and here we have a characterization of the mixing of the species. But if we go to see what is happening per PFT and taking these two examples of the needle-leaf evergreen and the broadleaf deciduous, where taking the main two species, that the Fagus sylvatica, even though the parameterization, the generic parameterization lies within the boundaries, the system is overestimating a lot the transpiration all over the PFT. And the needle-leaf evergreen trees, where Pinus sylvestris is the species that is more representative across Europe for this one, we can see how all the transpiration measurements, the use of energy for transpiration is closer to what we observe. And we see how the segments, the different plant segments have a larger loss of conductivity within the plant hydraulic system, 12 or larger. So here we want to highlight first the benefits of using this index to evaluate different stressor or different stress components, but also that we have to take into carefully how the parameterization that we are ingesting within the model. And I know that CLM is used for global scale evaluations, but if the assumptions that we are taking for with these parameterizations are leading to overestimation of transpiration, maybe we can have some issues about the things that we are saying or obtaining from the results. Thank you. I hope there should be some questions.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have some time for questions.
This is Daniel. Great work. I had one question. That's an interesting metric, the transpiration kind of efficiency. Have you looked at any sensitivity analysis on soil parameters? Just as like, I don't know, yeah, sensitivity test to understand how much soil parameters would influence that, to make sure, because it's quite difficult to understand whether it's soil parameters that are wrong or the plant parameters that are wrong for any like default model biases.
Yes. No, I agree. Here we have a a bunch of parameters that are influencing. In a previous work in sites Pushabon, that is a broadleaf evergreen tree on the Mediterranean basin, the soil condition is one that is driving a lot of the stress because it has a superficial soil component. So once that you stop the precipitation, the forests are actually transpiring a lot and they are depleting the soil compartment. That is what happened also on the Larix decidua, on the upper parts in the Italian sites. But nonetheless, the fact that a site such as in France, in Hesse, where there is no constraints of soil, there is a lot of water availability. You can see how the plant parameters, the hydraulic parameters are influencing and allowing the trees, even though they actually lies on the characterization of the species. They are allowing the land cover to transpire a lot more of what we are experiencing or measuring on site.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think in the interest of time, we'll move on to our next
Thank you.
speaker. Thanks, Sarah. Okay, so Yuan's son is going to be talking next. So can you try to share your presentation?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I shared my screen here. So I will start now. Hi everyone, I'm Yuan from the University of Manchester. So today it's my pleasure to talk about our recent work, the enhancing global scale urban land cover representation using local climate zones in CESM. Thanks all the courses listed here. The urban module in CLM, the CLMU has three class representation scheme, including the tall building district, high density, and medium density. This data is developed 15 years ago using the land-scan urban population data and also the urban parameters from Jackson's. Over the years, some users found that maybe its scheme is not sufficient for fine-scale urban modeling. For example, the tall building district only account for 0.08% of global urban areas, and the urban parameters for high density and medium density are relatively similar. So here we introduce another urban land cover representation scheme named the local climate zone. It has 10 classes. We can see the figure here. It has high rise, middle rise, and low rise, and different types of open space and vegetations. So so this scheme is based on the urban forms. Why we try to introduce the local climate zone for CESM? There are three major advantages. One is the LCZ has 10 types of build-up, so it can better resolve the urban morphological diversities. Another is for the urban planning community. LCZ is a useful tool for micro-scale built-up environment study. So if we search the local climate zone and urban planning in Google Scholar, it could return 2 million results. And for the World Urban Database, they also use the LCZ to classify global to local scale urban extent and provide corresponding parameters. So over the 10 years, the LCZ was gradually involved in multi-scale urban modeling. It was first developed in the town energy building model, and then it was introduced in the land surface model and the regional climate model. And in the 2023, this work introduced the LCZ for CLM by a source mode approach. So it is a trend that the LCZ with urban modeling and move forward to the Earth system model. So we try to use a modularized way to incorporate the LCZ. The default CLM's representation hierarchy showed that at the subgrid level, the land unit for urban has 3 types. And now we provide the LCZ as an alternative for users. So users has 2 options to represent urban types, and the LCZ has 10 land units. By default, we have a new name list named the use LCZ. We set it as false, and then the variable control module would set the number of urban land units as 3, and then the urban parameters module would read in the default parameter from the surface data, as well as the percentage of urban from the surface data or the land use data. If users want to use the LCZ scheme, they can add the use LCZ is true and in the user name list manually, and then the variable control would set the number of urban land units as 10. Then the urban parameter module would read the LCZ-based parameters and land fractions. So for the LCZ-based parameter, now we have 2 tables. One is used in the Wolf, and another is used by Li. We find that these 2 are both lookup table, which means the urban parameters are simplified without the variations over region. And we conduct single point simulations to validate the CLM with LCZ. The Urban Plumber is a project providing observational data for urban flux tower sites, including the atmosphere forcing and the urban flux variables. These urban flux towers are located in different background climate. And we have conducted the 4 simulation. One is control using the default data, and 3 LCZ-based simulation. The Wolf LCZ use Wolf's LCZ parameter and the Li's parameter, and we also combined the established table into one and conduct a CESM LCZ simulation. The Urban Plumber provide the morphological parameters and the albedo, so the rest unprovided data like emissivity or thermal parameters or minimum indoor building temperatures are come from the different LCZ table or from the default surface data. We found that major variations occurred in the long wave radiation. Here, these 3, and the sensible heat flux, the 4, and the anthropogenic heat flux. If we zoom in the anthropogenic heat flux over the flux tower site, we can find that the quantification of anthropogenic heat flux is influenced both by the indoor minimum building temperature as well as the background climate, particularly for those sites in the cold climate. We found the CLMU's building energy model would highly likely to overestimate the anthropogenic heat flux. We just finished the model development stage and conduct the single point simulation. So we need to think more about several issues. One is the computation cost, as the urban land unit increase from 3 types to 10 types. So it costs more than twice computational resources. However, for the urban community, maybe it's worthwhile, particularly when assist models are moving forward to kilometer scale. So we require more detailed urban representation. And another is we found uncertainties come from the LCZ-based parameter. As I mentioned, the LCZ uses the table parameter, but we can develop more localized parameters in future works. And another thing is CLM has the new functionality of transient urban. So we can also consider the interannual urban fraction changes. So this future work include input more development and the regional and global simulations. One thing I mentioned here is the uncertainty from the local LCZ thermal parameters. If we think about the sensible heat flux, the difference between day and night using the LCZ is smaller than the using the default one, as the thermal parameters with LCZ only has one value, while the building materials has 10 layers to represent its construction. So the reduced variations of sensible heat flux is closer to the observation at one site, while for the other site, the reduction will introduce larger deviations. We also conduct the model sensitivity test for the LCZ-based parameters by introducing the perturbation factors of 5%, 10%, 15%, and 20%. The albedo have the most variations in the solar radiation flux. And we also found that for the thermal parameter subset and for the morphological parameter subset, the variations are comparable, and the most contribution come to the roof parameter. So those could also provide evidence for the future parameter development. As a summary, in this project, we develop a modularized approach to implement the LCZ-based urban land cover representation in CESM, and we conduct a single point validation at 20 flux tower sites compared to the default and compared to the observation to see the LCZ's effectiveness. And we also has a lot of future works focusing on the global input data development and prepare for the coupled simulation like atmosphere and land coupled or fully coupled simulation. to capture the urban signal in the climate system. This project has a preprint now. If you are interested in this work, please scan the QR code or contact us. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we have time for one question. Yeah.
It looked like in your schematic of the different LCZs that vegetation was maybe represented in some of the zones. Is that true, or is that just what the picture showed?
You mean the urban vegetation?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the urban vegetation is a bulk model now, which means it only has bare soil to model the water balance and energy balance. It do not incorporate the more detailed process now. But we learned that one group are developing the urban vegetation model. So maybe incorporate the later after this vegetation is parameterized in the CRMU, then we can also add this function in with LCZ.
Great, thank you.
Cool.
Thank you.
I think to move on to our next speaker, who's also remote, Bingqi Jia.
Yeah, I'm here. So,
Great. Can you share your presentation?
okay.
Great. Okay, so they're going to be talking about large-scale agrivoltaics provide a sustainable solution for the food, energy, water nexus in the Midwestern United States.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Bingqi Jia. I'm from University of Illinois. Today I'm going to talk about my research titled by large-scale agrivoltaics provide a certain sustainable solution for the food and water nexus. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to my collaborators. Many thanks for their support and contributions. Okay, so basically the shift to renewable energy is essential for addressing the three key global challenges: reducing the greenhouse gas emissions to fight climate change, ensuring the energy security by lessening fossil fuel reliance, and promoting the sustainability through clean renewable resources. Having said that, the utility-scale solar photovoltaics require large amounts of land, which raises concerns about competing with the food production. So the agrivoltaic or dual-use farming offers a solution by integrating agriculture with solar energy production on the same land. This approach allows farmers to cultivate crops while simultaneously generating renewable energy. Okay, the previous studies have examined the effects of agrivoltaics from different angles, such as the hydrology, surface energy budget, as well as the biogeochemistry. However, there are still some knowledge gaps. First one, the effects of water, energy, and food are often studied in isolation, which limits our understanding of how these systems interact. Second one, without quantitative assessments on the biophysical and economic impacts of agrivoltaic, it's kind of hard to drive widespread adoption or create effective policy that fully tap into the potential for food, energy, and water sustainability. So in this context, our goal is to develop an integrated model framework that combines biophysical and economic aspects to assess the impacts of large-scale agrivoltaic on the food, energy, water nexus in the U.S. Midwest. Okay, let's move on the math part. The CLM service as a land component of CESM2. The model focuses on the land processes such as the surface energy fluxes, hydrology, biogeochemistry cycles, as well as the crop growth. However, the default CLM5 doesn't simulate agrivoltaic and its interaction with the dynamic ecosystem. So we try to develop a new agrivoltaic model in CLM5. We call it CLM5 -AGPV. Specifically, we considered 4 major aspects related to agrivoltaic. First one, we extend the subgrid hierarchy scheme to represent different patches with the same PFT. The second one, we focus on the rainfall redistribution by solar panels when calculating the water balance. The third one, we modified the surface roughness length as a function of canopy type, soil properties, as well as the solar panel height. Finally, we integrate the energy budget of solar panels into the surface energy budget. Specifically, we focus on the electrical energy. By the way, we have updated the code in both CM5 and CESM2. Of course, we conducted the comprehensive model validation for both CM5 and the CM5 AGPV. Regarding the CM5, we use the flux power data from the 2 sites and incorporate the information from the USDA NAS and slope data sets. Regarding the CM5 AGPV, we focus on the 2 different agrivoltaic sites. Solar Farm 2.0 in Illinois and Jack's Solar Garden in Colorado. These sites were selected because they represent agrivoltaics under different climate conditions. We believe this validation ensures the reliability of our results, both for conventional agriculture and agrivoltaics. In addition, when we also consider the benefit cost analysis, the economic feasibility of agrivoltaic is essential for its adoption. To assess this, we integrate the benefit cost analysis into the CLM framework, comparing the agrivoltaics with the conventional agriculture. On the crop side, we evaluate the crop yield profit from both agrivoltaic and conventional agriculture. On the PV side, we also assess the electrical energy profits. Okay, so let's have a look at our results. We evaluate multi-year crop yield, electrical energy, water use efficiency, and land use efficiency for maize and soybean in the U.S. Midwest, comparing the agrivoltaics to conventional agriculture. It should be known that the delta means the agrivoltaics minus conventional agriculture. As you can see, maybe in the color bar, the red represents the agrivoltaic positive effects, whereas the blue section represents agrivoltaic negative effects. We found that the crop yield, the water use efficiency, and land use efficiency follows spatial patterns influenced by the wet and dry conditions. In contrast, the electrical energy generation is mainly determined by the density of solar panels, which suggests the interplay between the environmental factors and system design in agrivoltaic. We also found that the drier climate zone presents the significant opportunities for agrivoltaic. This is because they can optimize the water use while maintaining the crop productivity and generating renewable energy. So actually, we got some of the promising results, but it's still uncertainty whether our results apply to agrivoltaics with different solar panel designs. To address this, we conducted a sensitive analysis to evaluate the impact of the PV ground coverage ratio across 3 climate zones. We found that increasing the PV GCR enhances the crop yield and the land use efficiency across the 3 climate zones, with the greatest benefit in semi-arid region. However, the higher PV GCR led to the declining relative improvements in water use efficiency across zones. So these findings underscore the need for region-specific strategy to optimize the agrivoltaic performance. So inspired by the previous results, we aim to uncover the mechanism driving the agrivoltaic impacts on the food, energy, water nexus. Our analysis considered the PV design, also is the PV ground coverage ratio, the energy traits, and water traits, and plant physiology traits, and food trait, and the land trait. We use structural equation modeling to explore how this relationship varied across climate zones. So we found that in humid climates where energy is the main limiting factor, so changes in incoming radiation significantly affects the photosynthesis and the crop yield. In the semi-arid climates where water availability is a key constraint, the changes in soil moisture and VPD have the greatest influence on stomach conductance, photosynthesis, and crop yield. So taken together, these findings highlight how agrivoltaic operates through different mechanisms depending on the regional climatic conditions. Okay, so let's have a look at the economic incentives. Overall, the agrivoltaic shows overall, the agrivoltaic shows the positive returns across the U.S. Midwest. However, if we use a farmer's perspective, we found that the farmers in water-stressed western regions are more likely to find them financially competitive compared to the conventional farms. This is largely due to improved crop yield from the beneficial microclimate created by the solar panels. On the other hand, if we use the solar developer's perspective, we found that the solar developer face more consistent economic challenges across the Midwest under the current technology policy and market conditions. Okay, so finally, we try to expand our analysis to assess the potential of agrivoltaic under future climate scenarios, including the SSP 126, SSP 370, and the SSP 585 pathways. Looking ahead, the semi-area regions are projected to expand across the U.S. Midwest under the SSP 3 and SSP 5 pathways, which indicates a shift from the humid conditions in the east to the more arid condition in the west. Okay, so we also have a look at each variables in the future climates. Okay, so specifically, the crop yield are expected to rise under SSP 3, but decline under SSP 5. This is due to the CO2 stress under the SSP 5. The energy production remains steady across all the scenarios, which highlights its reliability under the future climates. The water use efficiency decreased under all the scenarios, while land use efficiency remains stable. In addition, profits for maize and soybean are projected to increase under SSP 1 and SSP 3. Okay, so this page is about the discussion and conclusion. In general, the agrivoltaics can support the food, energy, water nexus by optimizing the land use, and water saving, as well as promoting the sustainable food production. It can diversify the farmers' incomes by generating the renewable energy along with the crops, reducing the financial risk. As an adaptation strategy, agrivoltaic can provide a shading, which can reduce the soil moisture loss and moderates the temperature, making crops more resilient to the climate stress. Okay, so what's the next? We believe the next step is to develop the Earth system modeling framework to study the global impacts of large-scale agrivoltaic on land and atmosphere interactions. We use the CESM2 for global scale simulations, and for these studies, we made the assumption that 60% of solar panels would be placed in maize and soybean areas across the U.S. So we got some preliminary results. We found that the large-scale agrivoltaic have impacts on both surface temperature and precipitation, which affect the local areas as well as having remote influence. As you can see, maybe the agrivoltaic can significantly lower the surface temperature, which cooling effects of up to 8 degrees. So this result is surprising but reasonable given the extreme assumption we made. The next step, maybe we try to reduce the ground coverage ratio to a more realistic value, such as the 60%. This work is ongoing now. Okay, so that's all. Thank you. Yeah.
Maybe let's take one question.
I had a question about the profits for the farmers. That a figure showed that overall it was profit sort of system wide, but then when you separate by farmers and by solar providers, they were getting negative, which was like less profit. So I didn't quite understand the numbers, how it all added up.
Okay. So I share my screen. Yeah. Yeah. So. Okay, so there are 3 columns. The one column just means the total agrivoltaic profits. But if we use a farmer profit perspective, that means farmer just gets the profit from the crop in the agrivoltaic plus the leasing and the leasing land. On the other hand, if we consider solar developer profits, I think the profit it means the profit from the PV in the agrivoltaic minus the leasing to the farmers. So that means the profits is different for a farmer and the solar developer. Yeah.
But this showing is the farmer profit is negative, so they're losing money by doing this. Is that correct?
Yeah, right. So as you can see, maybe in the soybean in the western regions, I think the farmers can get positive profits. Yeah.
I'll have to ask you. I still don't understand why there's overall lots of profit, and then the developer and the farmers are losing money. So,
yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a trade-off. Maybe in the future, we suggest maybe the government can get more money to the solar developer. Yeah.
Okay, maybe we can discuss later. So we have our last talk of the morning is Marian Shay. Thank you so much. Sorry. Okay. And figure out how to share screen.
They might do it up here.
Oh. She's going to be talking about simulating impacts of cropland management on heat extreme exposures.
Hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, hi everyone. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Marian Shea. I'm a graduate student just up at Colorado State University, working with Nathan Mueller and Donica. So as we've been hearing about the past few days, agricultural management can significantly alter climate through land surface changes through many different pathways. And given agriculture's large global extent, it can be quite impactful. And what we're interested in asking is whether we can simulate first, whether these effects can reach where humans exist and live, and specifically population exposures to extreme heat. And I'll talk a little bit about two different projects, cropland intensification and reduced tillage, two different projects at two very different stages, the latter of which I'm excited to solicit some thoughts and expertise from the group as it's in very beginning stages. So starting with cropland intensification, or increased agricultural productivity within existing cropland, which has been shown to be connected with decreases in extreme temperatures through increased ET and thus latent cooling. Current models have been found to underestimate these changes in growing season temperatures and ET from different representations of crop climate processes, and LAI being one of them. So in this study, we created very idealized intensification scenarios in coupled CLM by representing low and high photosynthesis regimes uniformly over all global cropland. And we did this by changing physiological parameters LAI and FLNR, or fraction of leaf nitrogen, in Rubisco as a proxy for VC-max, or photosynthetic capacity. And these are the different rationale and targets of how those were derived, low being half LAI, high LAI being double, and the target VC max for high. And just a note for the results that'll show is the high simulation, high LAI and high FLNR compared to the low LAI and low FLNR, although we have simulated the low, high, low. And I'm also showing the coupled simulations, and irrigation is on, although we have the offline and irrigation off as well. So first, I think as expected, there are increases in ET and also low cloud cover following these kind of cropped areas. With precipitation, there's some increases over cropped areas and also some decreases. And with the increase in ET and latent cooling, there are decreases in daily maximum or dry bulb temperature, largely in these cropped regions. So the extreme of the extreme, with differential cooling of daily maximum temperatures. Apologies, the bounding boxes are very small, but show there's a regional trend. So because we're interested in how this might affect humans, we have to consider humidity. And so became curious in what heat stress metrics were available as outputs. So including wet bulb temperature, which is a function of temperature and humidity, and wet bulb globe temperature, which is a function of temperature, humidity, solar radiation, and wind. And a note that the wet bulb temperature is a direct output from the human index mod, but the wet bulb globe temperature is a calculated heat stress metric, but it is the current preferred heat stress metric, so wanted to include it. And looking at the differences between the top, which is dry bulb, during the daytime, seeing some increases in wet bulb temperature in cropped regions and also remotely, likely due to the effect of humidity. And the interesting differences between wet bulb temperature and wet bulb globe temperature, some decreases in cropped regions where there are increases in wet bulb temperature,
which may be due to increases in cloud cover, decreasing the solar radiation. And a lot of these changes often have different signals in the nighttime. So I think a lot of the signals in croplands in dry bulb temperature are still somewhat negative, but to a lesser degree. Interestingly, in wet bulb temperature at nighttime, it's increased, showing the effect of nighttime humidity. And then in nighttime wet bulb globe temperature, slightly different pattern, but since there's no solar radiation, there might be some wind providing some mixing. But a note that wanted to include different heat stress metrics since they can be quite different. So choosing which one you use can be important, and each metric would have a different predictive power for different health outcomes as well, if that's what you're interested in. So the changes in population exposures, I think still thinking about this one a bit, with the dry bulb daytime temperature, with a simple population gridded product with a set threshold of a decrease in a certain number of days exposed to a certain temperature, approximately 1.4 billion people are less exposed, and it's a little more complicated with the humid heat metrics. But given how idealized these scenarios are and the coarse resolution and equal grid cell exposure is assumed, this seems as robust as a statement as I could make and sort of take that in mind. And in the next project, hoping to figure out how to model this in a finer scale. So switching gears to tillage, no-till agriculture has been very well studied for its biogeochemical impacts, mainly on carbon storage, also water retention, soil and human health related to dust and reduced labor costs. In the biogeophysical side, which we're interested in, it can change albedo by increasing albedo with the residue reflectance, also changing soil moisture and changing temperature. So a study done in Europe using CLM coupled with a regional climate model applied no-till to uniformly to all of the region and saw increases in summertime albedo and significant cooling effects within urban areas. And although not tillage, also noting Donica's winter cover crop paper of how stubble sticking up over snow cover can decrease albedo and thus increase wintertime temperatures. So in our study, we're focusing just on the Great Plains region. We're currently measuring albedo in a site in eastern Colorado at a USDA ARS site. And we have a few other sites planned, but the main reason why we chose there is it's quite difficult to find co-located no-till and tilled sites conventionally. And even here, it's just reduced till, not no-till. And the goal here is to collect data over multiple seasons in multiple locations throughout the Great Plains to hopefully represent a more realistic forcing into CLM and to model climate changes and heat exposure changes. These are from, this data is from the site we've been measuring since last summer. The dotted vertical lines are tillage events in the conventional site. And that is when the albedo signal changes. Reduced till has higher albedo than the conventional till. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to access the last few months of data, but the signal actually changes when winter starts, and it's due to this snow effect of the residue sticking up from the snow. So apologies I couldn't show it, but given this, we're interested in continuing and looking in other sites. This is where we're starting to think about how to force this in CLM with albedo changes and soil moisture changes, hopefully somewhat realistically, throughout the entire region. And these are just some of the ideas starting at site level, maybe coupling through single column or regionally refined variable mesh. I think any thoughts or suggestions that anyone has, that would be very welcome too. So yeah, if anything, I'd love to chat. Thank you.
Anyone have a question? Okay, yeah, Sam, go ahead.
Hi, Marie. This is really cool. I remember we talked, I think, last year about this work, and I was excited to see it actually come back. A technical question. So we have this sort of hack in the CLM crop code where if the crops reach a certain maximum leaf area index, they stop growing leaves and they start filling grain. And so I'm wondering if when you were multiplying your multiplier onto LAI, did you also do that to the max LAI parameter?
Good question.
Because if not, then the results are going to be even stronger, right? Because you'll be allowed to have, well, yeah, if your multiplier is greater than 1, then you'll be allowed to have an even larger maximum LAI.
Right. That's a good question. I didn't know. It might be a Donica question. Thank you. That's really helpful.
Donica has a hand up.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, we use the satellite phenology simulations so that so it doesn't actually affect the max LAI, Sam.
Okay.
These are just we just use the satellite phenology and then increased LAI for these.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Okay, Daniel and then Peter.
Yeah, I had another question about the crop intensification. Is there any way to validate that your perturbations had kind of an appropriate or realistic kind of impulse on ET?
Oh, on ET. I haven't validated that. We're focusing on more of a GPP validation, but yeah, that's.
But some of your climate stuff would be downstream of the ET, right?
Yeah, that's true. No, I haven't.
That's great work. I'm wondering, like, I was showing the irrigation in our model is actually pretty anemic. Like, we don't, we have very, very efficient irrigation, but realistic levels of irrigation are much higher. I'm wondering, obviously from what you're showing here, those heat stress elements would be impacted greatly by having higher irrigation as well. You thought of like maybe just including a little bit of that into your study?
Yeah, that's I think the sort of top thing that I'm trying to tease out for sure. And I know the opposite direction, a lot of sort of model irrigation impacts on heat and humid heat is hard to separate, the plant side of it as well. So yeah, besides the irrigation off simulations, haven't done anything, but yeah, that'll be really important.
Questions for Marion? Oh, Katie.
Yeah, great talk, Marion. You for the crop part, you were showing the crop intensification part, you were showing the low, low, high, high differences. Can you, or have you looked at the low, high combinations to kind of tease out which component is LAI and which component is the leaf nitrogen parameter?
Yeah, for the most part, LAI has a much larger impact than FLNR.
Cool, thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. So now we have a few minutes for general discussion. If anyone wants to bring up any more topics.
I guess I have a question. I'm curious where we see the crop model going longer term. I think what we have is cool, and is that good enough? There's been talk of getting bin to update phenology. There's been talk of Fates having its own crop model. Those folks have ideas, thoughts.
I mean, it'd be really nice to get to just replace our crop model with access, like we've been talking about with BIM. But in the absence of funding and personnel for that, I'd love to see these different experiments that we've shown, whether it's messing around with intensification, this reduced tillage like albedo thing, or the agrivoltaics. I'd love to see them come into the existing crop model. Because I don't want people to hold off on that kind of integration thinking, well, it might all be moot if we go to a different crop model. Because I think, that's very uncertain. There's a lot of good science that can be done in the meantime. And if people have questions about, if you're willing but have questions about how that would work, open a GitHub issue or email me. I'd love to talk about it. This is Sam Raven, by the way.
I know one other project that Donica and I have funding to work on now is changing soil properties with crops, and it's something that Johan was really interested in. More on the technical side, I don't know how to even do it. So that's a good problem to have.
Well, the albedo change with tillage seems like a very simple, scientifically justifiable way.
Yeah, this is more like changing organic matter and clay, mostly organic matter content.
Like impacts on drainage also,
Right.
which could be that or separate.
Right. Yeah, so it would allow us to have transient soil properties. It's kind of interesting. Donica, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do you have other things that your group's thinking about crop wise?
Oh, we can't hear you, really.
I don't know if you can hear me now. I have a little unhappy baby right now. Which is why I'm keeping my sound off as much as possible and not really commenting. But yeah, I mean, I think we're also thinking about updating physiology with C4 photosynthesis that could improve the crop model. We just don't, I mean, as you're all aware, we don't really have a lot of funding to work on a lot of crop model improvements, but I am hoping that we can start to, who knows what the current funding situation changes are, but I'm hoping that we can eventually get some funding to do some additional work. I do like the idea of trying to get access in and making that model more modular, but I also think that there's some, I mean, there's funding limitations to that, but also how much time and energy should we devote to getting, smaller scale crop model, agricultural model things working versus, trying to understand the role of agriculture in their system and getting sort of the big picture processes right. So that's kind of the balance that I keep thinking about.
Sounds like you have your hands full.
Will, can I just comment on the fade side?
Yeah.
I mean, so we have like kind of a stub crop land use type on fades, right? And it's not very interesting right now. It's just a grass. I think the main people that we lack before we can really think about it at all is the multi-column fades. Because once we have a patch to column dynamic correspondence in fades, then that allows irrigation and things like that are sort of a necessary precondition for thinking about anything crop interesting wise. And at that point, I mean we have no funding to develop a fades crop, but it's there if anybody wants to.
I don't know. Sam, you went first.
I have a question for Mung-Chi, about the agrivoltaics though. This is obviously almost a totally different project, but have you considered the impacts of agrivoltaics in not just an Earth system modeling context, but wait, is Mung-Chi on still?
You may not be there.
Okay, never mind. It would be cool to see in an integrated assessment context, right, as well, with feedbacks on prices and supply versus demand and stuff.
It was coming back to the question by Marianne about, the resolution issue. Because I do think that some of these impacts could be pretty. Some of these impacts could be impacted by the resolution. So, I guess maybe we need to like come up with a recommended strategy, right? Since we have the WRF and or the regional refined. My personal feeling is that we might want to try to lean into the regionally refined as our main solution, just because WRF CLM coupling is just so fragile. And we can also force at the boundaries, with the regionally refined with observed, climate, winds and whatever. And so it ends up being kind of like a regional model. So, and trying to get the whole CSM community to kind of like agree that that would be our regional modeling. I'm not sure it's not a question, it's just sort of a comment. But if you want to do it, we're happy to try to help get that set up, because I'd like to see it used more. It's expensive though, that's the problem.
I guess I was just going to follow up on, CSM1 is the only version we can actually use with this high resolution variable. Right now, we can't use CSM2 for it. The CSM3 going to have capability built in to do the variable resolution and have all the grids and everything set up.
So we can do variable resolution CSM2 already, and CSM3 will carry that. Spectral element analytical core is all you need to just turn that on.
Okay, all the high resolution studies we're doing are currently done with CSM1.
Well, that's because we have a high resolution CSM1 global configuration, but the regionally refined configuration is actually not working in CSM1, I don't think, but it does work in CSM2. I'll say, especially for issues like this, where you don't have to deal with the carbon cycle, and then you have to worry about spin up and everything. It's well suited for that kind of. It's harder when you have the interactive carbon cycle in one of those really expensive variable resolution simulations. Yeah, we're trying to get to the point where we have better documentation about that for CSM3. So hopefully we get there.
Maybe as we transition to thinking about lunch.
Okay, and then just tell me when to advance slides and I'll do it.
Okay, thanks so much. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I am a PhD student at Michigan State University, and I would like to thank you very much for this opportunity to present our work on improving CLM simulation of natural stream flow in the Southwest US. I would like first to acknowledge my co-authors, collaborators, and funding from NSF. Next. So this work is as part of a larger project funded by NSF to explore 3 levers related to water sustainability in the Southwest US. And that is natural river flows, water demand, and reservoir management. And CLM5 is at the core of our modeling framework. But unfortunately, large biases in the simulated natural river flows compromise the utility of CLM in such practical water resource applications. Next. And therefore, we ask next, which land model parameters are most important for the simulation of hydrologic processes and their sensitivity to climate, and how do the model with optimized parameter values reproduce observed natural stream flow? Next. Next. So to answer this question, the first question, we focus on the headwater region of the Upper Colorado River Basin. This region is responsible for around 80% of runoff that goes to the Colorado River. And we select 3 basins representative of this headwater region. Next, we use meteorological variables for 95 years. Then next, to set up CLM, to force CLM at a single point at these basins. Next, to conduct a variance-based sensitivity analysis, which is computationally expensive. That's why we use this single point simulations. We do the sensitivity analysis for 19 parameters. Next, and sample around 10,000 parameter sets across these 19 parameters. Each parameter set we use to conduct one simulation of CLM for 95 years for each of these basins. Next. So thanks to previous works, the work that has been done, that is going on at NCAR with parameter perturbations, we went and selected 19 parameters that cover a wide range of processes. Next. These processes include storage and transmission of water in the soil. Next. Infiltration and runoff. Next. Snow. Next. Sensible latent heat. Next. And vegetation. Next. And in contrast to previous work, we actually vary these parameters within plus or minus 20% of their default value. This is in order to make sure that there is ease up the comparability between parameters and parameter and process sensitivities, and also to reflect the uncertainty in our knowledge of the range of these parameters. Next. So these are some of the results over one of the basins. So the red line, that dotted line is total runoff, and the colors show the sensitivity of each of the 19 parameters, or the total runoff sensitivity to each of the 19 parameters. Next. The sensitivity is calculated as the variance in total runoff for if one parameter is varied divided by the total variance in total runoff if all parameters are varied. And this sensitivity is called the first order sensitivity, and it's calculated at a daily time step from 1935 to 2018 for 75 years. And then averaged for day of the year, as you can see on the x-axis from October till September. Next. So you can see that first, in the snowmelt season, storage and transmission of the soil is very important for simulating runoff, because storage and transmission of the water in soils affect saturated areas in the basin where saturation excess runoff occurs. Next. Snowmelt is also important during the snowmelt season, because in these basins, most of runoff is driven by snowmelt. Next. And finally, infiltration parameters are really important during summer. Next. Moving on to evapotranspiration, we see that the storage and transmission of water in the soil are really important during snowmelt season and summer. And plant water use efficiency is most important during summer when soil moisture is depleted. Next. We also look at the two components of evapotranspiration. Transpiration sensitivities, as you can see here, are dominated by plant water use efficiency, while evaporation sensitivities are dominated by the storage and transmission of water in soils. Their combined flux evapotranspiration sensitivities are actually more dominated by evaporation sensitivities, despite the fact that transpiration is much higher than evaporation in this Animas River Basin. Next. The second form of sensitivity that we examine is the total order sensitivity, which robustly accounts for parameter interactions. And this is why we need this large number of model simulations, up to 10,000 model simulations. Next. These panels show on the rows show the different basins, while the columns show each of the 19 parameters. Dark boxes show means that the parameter is highly sensitive, while white boxes means that the parameter is not sensitive. So we can see that the pattern of sensitivity for latent heat is very similar to that of soil evaporation. Next. We also see that subsurface runoff sensitivities are really similar to soil evaporation, which suggests that the calibration of subsurface runoff, for example, by using hydrologic signature, could also improve or constrain soil evaporation in the model. Next. We also see that the surface runoff sensitivities are very similar to the total runoff. Also, surface runoff is sensitive to all parameters that we selected. And this is because the effect of parameter interactions is more important for surface runoff than any other process. Next. Some highlights. All processes are highly sensitive to soil evaporation. Next. And also to soil thickness. Next. Infiltration parameters are really important for runoff. Next. The snowmelt parameterization is very important for surface runoff simulation in the model. Next. Next. We also ask how do these parameters affect runoff sensitivity to climate. We examined the runoff change in percentage per degree Celsius of warming during the period 1935 to 2018. So the boxes, the colors for each basin just represent the different parameters, the 19 parameters, and the colors represent the impact of each of the parameters on the runoff sensitivity to warming. This impact is weighted by their sensitivity that we calculated earlier. Next. Next. And one more time. Next. We see that soil porosity, infiltration, and snow melt are highly important for simulating or highly impactful, impacts very high the runoff sensitivity to warming. For example, the soil porosity, which determined the water holding capacity of the soil, means that if there is more water holding capacity, it means that more precipitation may be stored away from runoff, which will be released later for evaporation and which will enhance the runoff sensitivity to warming in the model. Next. In the second part of this work, we try to constrain these sensitive parameters across the whole Southwest. Next. We employed the emulation-based optimization that DFAN developed at NCAR. Next. And used natural or unregulated streamflow observations across the Southwest. Next. And also use satellite snow-covered area. Next. We use also CONUS 404, the new NCAR USGS reanalysis to drive the model at 4-kilometer resolution. Next. And perform an optimization of parameter values for 5 years. Next. So these maps compare the model simulation before the reference and after optimizing parameter values across 121 natural flow gauging locations. And the blue colors means good model performance in terms of reproducing natural streamflow observations. As you can see, like we can achieve like substantial improvement in model performance after optimization. Next. And finally, also at one location at the Colorado River, you can see that the optimized model is in better match, reproduces the seasonal cycle of natural stream flow from observations from the Bureau of Reclamation. And this translates into the model showing a better match to the observed change in stream flow per change in precipitation, or the stream flow sensitivity to precipitation. Next. So finally, we recommend that processes such as storage and transmission of water in soil could be the focus of future efforts to estimate spatial field of CLM parameters and characterize and reduce uncertainty in future projections of water availability. Next. And yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. You have time for maybe one quick question in the room or online. You can raise your hand.
ATV in the Northern California was, yeah, I think it's optimization struggling. I'd like to know what's the reason, if you have an insight.
You hear the question okay?
Yes, I think it's for Northern California, the model performance is not good. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't investigate that honestly. I don't know. Yeah. Why is it poor there?
Yeah,
Yeah, Nick, can you go back to slide 12?
Oh, that's on me.
Yeah, that's on you. Yeah.
Sorry, brain freeze.
Yeah, so optimized map, KG improved like 0.64, but some of the items still low, especially.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's a lower, like south of Colorado is like dry, but probably that's right. But Northern California, I think that's California, right?
Yes. Yes, it's California. One thing is that some of the parameters are constant for all basins, so we didn't calibrate for each basin individually. Yeah.
I see there's another question in the chat, but for the sake of time, maybe do you mind answering that one offline?
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks. Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Thanks so much for a good talk. So next up, we have Abby speaking virtually on sparse data and explainable machine learning to evaluate Earth system models. Abby, are you online?
Yes, hi.
You go ahead and share your screen.
Yep, sounds good. Awesome. Can you see that?
Looks good.
Great. Okay. Hi. I'm Abby Sham, and I'm a staff associate at Columbia University in the group of Dr. Galen McKinley. And today I'll be talking about the use of machine learning and explainable AI tools on sparse observations to help close the ESM data gap. So what my group does is work to constrain the strength of the ocean carbon sink, or the amount of CO2 that the ocean uptakes from the atmosphere. Without this natural process, the impacts of global warming would be far worse than they already are. But until now, we estimate that the ocean has absorbed about 40% of anthropogenic carbon. One way of measuring the strength of the ocean carbon sink is by taking PCO2 measurements in the surface ocean. However, this data is very sparse. So this is a map of PCO2 observations from 1982 to 2016 from the SOCAT database, which is a quality controlled database for ocean carbon data. You can see that there's a bias towards observing in the northern hemisphere. The southern hemisphere also has these large swaths of ocean where we have never recorded measurements. Even in the northern hemisphere, the most common ship routes have recorded somewhere around 4 years of data over this entire 44-year period. And on top of this, measurements are typically taken in each hemisphere's respective summer months. So sailing and making these observations in winter can be dangerous and sometimes nearly impossible. So further autonomous observing technology will continue to improve this, but until then, we need things like Earth system models. So for this talk, we're going to be focusing obviously on CESM2 specifically, though we've done similar analysis on other members and other CMIP6 models. So Earth system models like CESM2 do provide full coverage PCO2 fields, but model output, of course, can't perfectly match the observations that we take in real life. Previous work has shown that this is due mostly to incorrect climatology in Earth system models, as well as the different phasing driving internal variability. However, incorrect climatology in Earth system models is something maybe more within our control and can likely lead to fewer discrepancies in interannual variability. So we want to better understand what the climatological drivers are behind this difference. So for the rest of the talk, I'm going to refer to this ESM observational difference as misfit. So the questions we're trying to explore in this project are, one, what impacts PCO2 misfit more? That's CESM2 climatology or interannual variability. By climatology here, I'm referring to the values and seasonal variance of ocean variables important to us. So that's things like sea surface temperature and salinity. And then two, if CESM climatology is the predominant source of PCO2 misfit, which we can show that it is, how does each biogeochemical driver impact PCO2 misfit? And the ways we're exploring these two questions are by using machine learning and interpretable AI tools. So there's various ways to estimate the strength of the ocean carbon sink. ESMs, global ocean biogeochemistry models or GOBMs, and data products, which are data filled in using machine learning, all do this in different ways. Our method is called LDEO-HPD, where HPD stands for hybrid physics data, and it combines Earth system model output and machine learning, and can be used on sparse data sets, so like the PCO2, to understand ESM discrepancies with real life data over broad spatiotemporal scales. So here on the left, you can see CESM2 PCO2 misfit values. This is calculated where we have SOCAT data over all boreal winters. So machine learning helps us fill in these gaps by learning the relationships between the drivers that we do have data for everywhere in space and time. This is things like temperature and salinity due to their being taken from satellites. And we're trying to find the relationships between those data and our target PCO2 misfit. And then we get the figure to the right filled in. So following the results of Glug et al. 2022, our method is as follows. We train an XGBoost algorithm to learn the relationships between our target variable, which is PCO2 misfit, and a range of driver variables. They are predominantly misfits as well. So it's for sea surface temperature, salinity, mixed layer depth, chlorophyll, on top of day of year, location, atmospheric CO2 trends. In previous work, the feature variables were, for the machine learning, were just observed data, not this misfit between Earth system models and observations, but we chose misfits and are experimenting with this change because of potentially better explainability, which I'll touch on more in a second. So here's another look at our method, but overall, first we're calculating the misfits for our time period 1982 to 2022 for our feature variables, as well as for PCO2, where we have real data to calculate this. Two, we're training an XGBoost algorithm to learn these relationships between our features and our target. Then we are using this trained machine learning model to predict PCO2 misfit everywhere in space and time. And then finally, we use SHAP, which is an explainable AI tool, to determine the spatial and temporal feature significance or importance. So for the rest of the talk, we're going to focus primarily on this spot in the Southern Ocean, just for ease of expressing the method more clearly. So the first question was, can a clear climatological signal be seen despite the interannual variability difference? And our answer is yes. We looked at this globally as well as at other coordinates, but figure A shows the full machine learning reconstruction of PCO2 misfit averaged over the entirety of 1982 to 2022. And in figure B, you see a climatology of PCO2 misfit versus PCO2 misfit standard deviation, the interannual variance. So while interannual variability might outweigh climatological sources in February and March, for the rest of the year, the climatological drivers definitely dominate, and PCO2 misfit hits and remains between 30 and 35 microatmospheres for several months of the year on average. This all indicates that though sparse data and CSM2, or the sparse data for PCO2 and CSM2 have these different internal variability phasings, we can still learn a lot about CSM2 misfit through direct comparison of the two. So now that we know this, can we determine how these biogeochemical drivers are leading to this PCO2 misfit? The primary tool we're currently exploring is SHAP, which is an explainable AI tool that uses cooperative game theory methodology to measure feature importance, or the contribution of feature variables to the end result, the machine learning product. SHAP is a very popular machine learning tool that's really easy to implement, and we feel can remove some of the black box nature from machine learning, and we think it can be more heavily used in climate science, for instance. And for our purposes, we think we can use it to decrease the disagreement between Earth system models like CESM2 and observations. So feature variables in this method are treated like players in a game working together to improve their collective payout. The players or features work together, and it isn't solely temperature or chlorophyll that's able to predict PCO2. It's all of these features working together in tandem. So it's not like poker or Monopoly. I couldn't think of a good collaborative game, which is unfortunate, but the game itself is the prediction task. So for us, that's the act of creating this full field of PCO2 misfit. The resulting SHAP values are how we measure feature importance. So a SHAP value is the average contribution of a single feature or player across all possible combinations of feature variables. So for instance, the SHAP value for temperature on February 25th, 2025, at a spot in the Pacific would be some value in microatmospheres, given our target is PCO2 misfit. And that value is temperature's addition to the total predicted misfit at that spot. So to get SHAP values, you run code similar to what's on top of this slide. It's just a few lines. It is computationally expensive and can take a very long time, depending on how much data you have. For the whole globe and for 40 years, that's a lot. So we're currently working on getting a full field for the SHAP values for each of our features for 1982 to 2022. But this is a preliminary result. This is a time series of the calculated SHAP values for each biogeochemical feature variable at that same spot I showed before in the Southern Ocean. So the most significant biogeochemical driver at this point seems to be chlorophyll misfit. Again, that's the difference between CESM2 and observational chlorophyll. So you could take this to mean if CESM2 chlorophyll more accurately represented or resembled chlorophyll observations at this point, we could see potentially up to a 10 microatmosphere improvement in CSM2 PCO2 output when compared to observations. This is assuming that we're also correcting other drivers as well, because again, these all work together. Remember from before that we saw, I think the maximum of the average PCO2 misfit was about 35 microatmospheres in the Southern Hemisphere winter. So a 10 microatmosphere shift towards observational values is pretty substantial. So finally, for our next steps, so far we've been experimenting with different analysis strategies. Our first task is to finish the global analysis for this CESM2 member specifically, including getting full field SHAP values for every feature. And the next two steps kind of go hand in hand, but we hope to develop an analysis pipeline of sorts. To do this, we will need to do global analysis with other members of CESM2 and members of other other CMIP6 Earth system models. But we want a clear step-by-step process of the machine learning to SHAP analysis for different regions and seasons, which can then be applied to many CMIP6 models pretty easily. And then finally, the method that we have of reconstructing this model observation difference or misfit to understand model climatology, we think could have applications beyond ocean PCO2. And so if there are instances of sparse data, which I'm positive there are in other parts of the climate system, we think this method could be very useful. So with that, thank you so much for listening. Please check out our groups page for more information or this great link to an article with great visuals on the ocean carbon sink. And I'm now open to questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Time for maybe one quick question. Okay.
So what's the application once you have this full understanding? Is it to bring back to model developers to help them prioritize how to develop the model, or is there some other additional application?
Yes, that's our primary goal, is to be able to, come with something that says, the Southern Ocean and, this latitude range, maybe should be increased and temperature should be decreased. And then that would produce a more closely resembling observations PCO2 output. And then we can better use that output. But yeah, it's something that we would bring to model developers, but we felt it would be easier to bring to model developers and make change if it were kind of more concrete with specific regions, specific seasons to point to as like the problem areas, I guess.
Thanks, Abby. Our next speaker is in person. Ignacio will be talking about understanding the role of different parameterizations and parameters in calculating ET insights from 140 flux towers. All right.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Ignacio Yure, and I will present in my work called Understanding the Role of Different Parameterizations and Parameters in Calculating Transpiration Insights from Flux Towers. So this is a work that we're doing at the University of Calgary with Wouter Knoven and Martin Clark. So yes, current state-of-the-art models are limited in understanding the DL latent heat. So there is large biases in diurnal representation, there is a process mismatch during the night, there is uncertainties in heat distribution, and there is biases that vary across all the accreditation types. So this is actually how the latent heat should be doing, but actually models are not able to capture that. So as a background, to model the behavior of latent heat, several processes are involved. There is albedo representation, there is surface roughness, so the turbulence, basically, the canopy fixology, the stomatal representation, and the soil moisture. So which of these processes explain the biases that we are observing? So, however, given the size of the Planberg experiment that we were doing in the morning, that the parameterizations and the parameters are both unknown, we cannot map these uncertainties onto specific parameterization processes or parameters to improve the representation and reduce the stabilization errors. So basically, there's like ad hoc experiments. So we have a model with one hypothesis per process. We do an evaluation and we have simulation errors, but we cannot have these simulation errors back to the model because we don't know much information about or the model or the parameters. So to tackle this problem, we use a multi-hypothesis framework called SUMA to purposely evaluate the impact of different parameterization on the simulation errors. So this was a control hypothesis testing. So we changed one thing at a time. By isolating the impact of a hypothesis, how to represent a specific process, we can map the simulation onto parameterization and guide improvements. So we have multi-hypothesis frameworks able to test several hypotheses for evaluation, simulation errors, but now we can actually map these biases onto parameterizations. So So the approach is divided in 4 parts. So we have an analysis of different parameterizations with default values, a sensitivity analysis to choose the impact of these values, and calibration and model evaluation versus members. I will present some of the results of the different parameterization, and we mostly focus on the sensitivity analysis. So we analysis 100 ensembles were run with different equations for stomatic resistance, soil stress function, interception, wind profile, and canopy turbulence. This was run for the 154 sites of the entire Plumber experiment, and we used the bias metric and divided with the observed mean for latent heat and sensible heat, and we calculate ANOVA to say which the different parameters was driving the result. So we observed that different processes explain the biases in different vegetation sites. So in stomatal and turbulent representation explain most of the biases in forests, like here, like this phenology, the deciduous lowland forest. So we have like here that the turbulence explain the process during the night, and like the stomatal resistance explain and the soil stress function the bias during the day. But here in croplands, we observed that the turbulence actually plays a limited role, which is something that we're expecting given the height of the trees, but everything. So, however, all these ensembles utilize default parameters, raising question about the influence of parameters on the results. So to define which parameters were important, we conduct a sensitivity experiment. So we determine minimum and maximum parameter values based on literature for each of the previous results. Using this law, we ran 4,000 samples using the latent hypercooled sampling to level all 130 parameters. We ran the sensitivity analysis in 430 sites with that to evaluate latent heat and civil heat against measure all the observed values. We determined fierce order sensitivity using PyViscus, and we identify parameters that account for 80% of the fierce order sensitivity. So here, this is the parameter that we have in SUMAS, or a bit different. But basically, we have a lot of snow parameters, vegetation parameters, soil parameters, and basing weight that actually relates to runoff parameters. So we chose 43 sites. So in the dots, we can see all the sites in Plumber, and in the squares, it's like the site that we selected. So we selected sites based on the minimal data gaps, like sites with like low number of missing observations. So sites with more information, so like extended observation periods, at least 3 years, but try to maximize the number of years, and diverse environmental, so like at least sites with different phenology and sites with different climatology. So as a result, so for latent heat, so latent heat is basically controlled by 8 soil parameters that controls the available water to operate, 2 turbulent parameters that control the available energy, and 3 vegetation parameters that control the role of the plant in the evapotranspiration. For example, like the canopy interception capacity. So here, each dot is a different phenology, and we can see there is actually some variability in the how much some parameters are like the 30%, so this goes to 1. And in the routing depth, and in some parameters, it's like there is not much variability in the canopy wind reduction, but different, overall we can see there is some variabilities across different phenologies. And we can see that soil parameters have like a very large importance across how we can have the latent heat, which is something that we're expecting given the whole loop that we have between latent heat and evapotranspiration. But yes, the parameters are different, most of the like soil parameters and turbulence parameters. So sensible heat, as we were expecting, the sensitivity is controlled by the parameters related to the available energy. So the fraction of radiation in the visible part of the spectrum controls in average around 40%. However, in some sites like Goody Savannas, here we can see that's up to 70%. So we can do see like in short vegetation sites, but not all. We can see that as mostly this only fraction. And the only fraction, we do have agreement, but because this has to sum 1 for every decile is one phenology has 70% here, there's only 30% that accounts for the other variables. So given that we're looking the 80% variables, that this actually changes the role. So soil parameters and vegetation have a secondary role. We also look friction velocity. So friction velocity has received little attention in previous sensitivity analysis result with flex towers. And we thought there was a very key variable given how the turbulence effect actually, like when we observed that before, but we observed before that turbulence actually was playing a big role in forest sites. So friction velocity is primarily governed, at least on these sites, in the canopy height across all vegetation types is around 90%, and there is a lot of agreement in that. We were surprised that the parameters related within canopy and above canopy turbulence and the wind profile, the decision that we test didn't extend like significant control over the friction velocity. And this is interesting, but while the flux tower provide direct measurements of the canopy height, assessing this impact for large scale and geotourism is actually important. Like, this is not a parameter that needs to be assumed freely. So there is a difference in vegetation types. So for example, here in the left, we have latent heat, and here we have sensible heat. And in green, we have mixed forest, and in the orange, we have problems. So we can see that the same parameters are in both lists, but the rankings are different. So how the position in the ranking are different. How important, for example, the same fraction of visible spectrum can be like 75% for croplands and actually around 45% for mixed forest. So we can see some difference. We can see the same as here, like in croplands, the latent heat is actually distributed a few of like routing the parameters and the critical sub and this top model that actually like an interception variable. But here we can see that another story. So we can see that the same parameters that are important for some phenologies are different for others, and this actually should inform how we calibrate models. Assume that not all are important for the same reason. So as a take-home messages, so we can evaluate the parameter sensitivity to flux towers offer key advantages. Reducing computational cost versus running like a grid domain. The role of forcing observation is limited given the absence of scaling observations. And defining minimum and maximum bounds for parameters can be quite challenging given limited information. So there is not enough information in the literature for like how much a variable should be and what's the real maximum. So we can see that, and a few parameters explain a large part of the variance in latent and sensible heat. So here we can see that latent heat this is for a few sites, but like 80% is actually explained like for sticks, and the number that goes for like can be go for 12 parameters up to 30 parameters latent heat. But even though any of the study variables respond to 130 parameters, the effective parameter space for key fluxes like latent heat or sensible heat can be around 30 parameters, but there is some variability around different phenologies. This emphasizes the need to try parameters as uncertain values rather than hard-coded values, like following the same conclusion as Mendoza 2015. And the parameters' main effect or field sensitivity varies across vegetation sites. So this emphasizes the site of selecting parameters for calibration needs to be like location, like phenology, climatic different. And as a future work, we will be using this parameter sensitivity to perform calibration estimations, parameter estimation, which is calibration, on different SUMA configurations using single-site emulator and large emulators following the approach of Motion Tang and the group of Andy Wood to advance the parameterization, parametric and structural uncertainty characterization. And we also plan to evaluate and quantify and understand how parameter sensitivity and their variation vary on CLM5, Lawrence 2019. There's a typo there. Given the different domain parameterization available, including hydrology, biochemistry, biophysics, stomatal conductance, and fire. So this is knowledge into collaborators and our fundings. Thank you.
All right, we have time for our question.
This is very, very neat. I'm curious about the spatial distribution of the plumber sites, and in particular, I was wondering how, maybe caution for you / folks who've worked with the sparse grid, but is there a way to sort of fill in functional regions that might be missing from plumber, like the tropics in particular?
Yeah, that's a problem that we have been seeing, but the thing is, the criteria for having sites in the plumber experiments, like you need to have at least 1 year full of data, and the data has to be gap fill and like real observation, not gap fill observation. So that actually doesn't look that much in the paper, but when you looking for flux sites in the very flux, there is not many sites. So we were looking for other sites like in different regions that are not represented here, like the Paramos region, that's completely different phenology. So there is like different processes going on, but there is no sites with publicable information like in the FluxNet that actually get produced. So for us, it's like I think that we are very interested in expanding the spatial representation of these, but there is like, at the moment, there is a lot of limitations. So, yeah.
Other questions?
I think the initial process-based sensitivity experiment is really interesting. I'm wondering how you plan to combine the kind of parameter PPE sensitivity with the process sensitivity experiment.
So, yeah, so we plan to calibrate every one of the 108 calibration, 100. So we run 108 and different samples with different decisions in Suma, and we plan to calibrate individually every one of them. So when we have that, we get able to see if the variability is given in the variance. So if all the different variants as being calibrated, not with the default parameters, agree, we can say, oh, the variance is actually attributed to the parameter series. Otherwise, we attribute the variable to the parameters. I think this is like a variance, but we at least remove the dimension of 14 because the 14 will be fixed in both cases to simplify the experiment.
This is a naive question, but it looked like the sensitive variables for latent heat were pretty different. But I would have thought since they're coupled, the energy balance, that something that would make latent heat vary quite a bit. That would have to make sensible heat vary also. So what am I missing? Why are they different in terms of their sensitivity?
Well, they are different. So even for calibration, we actually decided to integrate both lists into one. But so actually have the full list of 130 parameters for each latent heat. So we can see that the same parameters that are important for latent heat are also in the same list of latent heat, but have like a different ranking. So it's not that parameters are not zero important. It's like have like a ranking. So we only show like 10 more important or 50 more parameters, and we can see that all different parameters are important. I think we did some like a lot of the soil parameters are in both lists. So like that's something that we were expecting, but it was like a sanity check. Like yes, the routing depth should be something that we will see like it's controlling how the latent heat is working and the sensitivity heat is working at the same time. And yes, there is some parameters that as the fractional radiation that we will expect that they will be important for sensitive heat, but overall most of like some lists they complement each other.
Okay, let's thank all of our speakers again. We have a 10-minute discussion period. So if you have more questions for speakers, I believe everyone's still online. Thank you. Are there things you want to talk about?
I have a question for Abby, and Abby, I realized that the biogeochemistry working group tomorrow might have been a better fit for your talk, but I also wanted you to be with this kind of more machine learning group of presentations. And I'm curious, I'm guessing you don't know anything about flex towers, but they struck me as sparse observations that potentially could be, like naively, I'd put PCO2 observations in the ocean and flex tower observations in the same bucket as like kind of idiosyncratic measurements that have been taken in discrete points. Do you feel like there's any tools in your toolbox that could be used for some of the questions that Ignacio is thinking about?
Yes, well, I'm not familiar with flex towers, but almost definitely based on what you just described. If you want to chat offline about that, that would be great. We definitely want to experiment with extending this method a little bit to different variables. So that'd be awesome.
Maybe the follow-up question to that is how sparse is too sparse, right?
Right.
You could do some experiments with like throwing away some of your PCO2.
Yeah, and then kind of assessing the skill of the reconstruction with different kind of amounts of sparsity. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I guess they are like the flex towers are discrete points on the globe, but they're like very temporally rich, which seems
right. Okay.
CO2 measurements. Yeah, but it seems like a different enough problem that I don't know how you make it work.
That does sound pretty different, but that might be something to try. I mean, that sounds pretty different from the SPCO2, but I think that sounds like it's worth a shot to look into. Maybe it would work better. Yeah.
I had a question for Abby too. You take the PCO2 and you use the ML, and then you put out these like kind of nice continuous looking maps.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you ever really, when you're kind of like envisioning the product to be delivered at the end, are those like grid cells where you didn't have PCO2? Are they ever really like used at any point, or is it really just kind of a confrontation of the model with the PCO2 where you have the overlap and just kind of like learning what's going on there and then handing that back, and the maps are kind of more a window dressing kind of thing?
I'd say the maps are helpful because then we can, I mean, one example is that we can look more at like whole biomes or whole regions. Or, I mean, a specific latitude, longitude coordinate, maybe we want a time series of what the PCO2 misfit would look like at that one point, but we only have actual data there for 4 months of the 40 years, which is definitely possible. So by reconstructing this misfit everywhere in space and time, we can do a more thorough analysis of the biogeochemical drivers behind that misfit everywhere. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah. Also a question for Abby. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's out of your study scope, but just curious. So I noticed in your interpolated map, there's always a positive bias towards the coastal region and always a negative bias in the middle of the ocean. So I wonder if there's a possible explanation for this pattern, or it's put towards some systematic errors.
Yeah, I think that's something we want to look more deeply into. I think once we do a more like an actual global analysis of our result, I think we'll definitely look more closely into the difference between the coastal regions and the open ocean, because there is a pretty stark contrast in most of the globe. We noticed that as well.
Thanks.
Yeah, I have a question for Ahmed. So you showed the parameter sensitivity, or you showed how parameters influence the runoff sensitivity to temperature. And yesterday we saw a talk about runoff sensitivity to temperature and using it to project into the future. So I wondered if you or anyone else wanted to comment on how do I reconcile those two talks together?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I didn't say it was easy. Anyone else want to chime in?
Yeah, I think Earth system models, they have different sensitivities and we don't know why. So yeah, so my work, I focused on these snow melt driven basins to identify which parameters and by extensions which processes are important for the simulation of, or which models settings that control runoff sensitivity.
Does anyone recall from yesterday, like if the snowmelt basins looked different than the other basins? I can't remember anymore. No.
Plus, he was looking at bigger basins, I think, yesterday.
Well, this is the Colorado, right?
Yeah, I guess this was just the headwaters of the Colorado.
Okay.
But was that actually temperature, the plot you showed, Ahmed, was that actually the temperature sensitivity, or is it you listed it as climate sensitivity, I think, on the slide, and then you showed percent, which I think often is precipitation sensitive. Was it the precipitation term or the temperature term?
It was the temperature term, the percentage change of runoff per degree warming.
Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, it was interesting. There were no plant parameters.
Yes.
Showing it.
Yeah.
What is snowmelt, particularly snowmelt sensitive?
Yeah.
I think one thing in in my work is that if you notice that the parameters, we vary them within 20% of their default value. We didn't use the range that the PPE used. So when I did that, I found out that for example, porosity is extremely important compared to plant parameters.
Is that too big of a range for porosity or no?
Yes, it's huge. It's 20%. Like porosity can just go till 0.45. So.
Any last questions or comments for this session? Okay, everyone needs a break. So we have a break until 2:45. Let's just try and be back here by then.
We'll go ahead and get started. Our first talk is from Ben on leveraging the CLM5 PPE to select parameters for a coupled CESM PPE.
All right. All right. Yeah, everyone. Today I'm going to be kind of motivating and introducing a new coupled PPE that we're planning to run under transient forcing to quantify drivers of ET. Yeah, I want to like recognize Abby and then this kind of group of PPE folks at NCAR that have been really helpful kind of discussing the experimental design. But this is like pretty new stuff and all mistakes are my own in the next in these slides. So yeah, evapotranspiration or ET depends on physical and biological processes across many scales. So from kind of an energy budget perspective, ET is just the latent heat flux. And then we also know that ET depends on kind of soil hydrology processes along with large scale vegetation kind of differences. And then kind of at a very small scale, small processes at the leaf surface that modulate the exchange of CO2 and water vapor are also kind of important for dictating ET. We care about ET because it is a really large water flux over land, or turns about 60% of terrestrial rainfall. It's also important for water availability and droughts, and it kind of has feedbacks for ecosystem functioning as well. Over the past 40 years, kind of the limited gridded ET observations that we have kind of indicate that ET has been increasing since 1980. And this is just from a review paper from 2023. And kind of that compiled a bunch of different data sets. I think it's also important to note that these data sets are primarily using kind of remote sensing approaches that take, yeah, basically compute ET as a function of radiation, meteorology, and some sort of like greenness metric. So there are kind of assumptions baked into this, these estimates of ET there. And there is a trend, but there really isn't a consensus on the main drivers of ET. And so I've listed here just kind of a bunch of different hypotheses that people have proposed. So vegetation greening might drive increases in ET. Soil moisture limitation might drive a negative trend with El Nino internal and kind of ENSO. Stonewall closure might drive a decrease or a negative trend in ET. And then other kind of factors include temperature, which might have competing influences on ET, plant water use efficiency, and even like kind of SST patterns across the globe. So this is all to say that ET is a really complicated process. Again, it's this kind of combination of processes, biological and physical, across different scales. And we really want to understand these main drivers of ET, both in historical and future, to see how these ET might change. And to do this, we can gain insight with a coupled PPE. So we're going to enter model world where it's a bit more self-consistent, and at least we can isolate the processes that are explicitly represented in CLM and CESM. And so kind of the goal is to make assumptions about land surface functioning, sample this kind of parameter space to generate a spread in ET. And then from kind of this spread, we then can kind of connect that back to what we've changed or what assumptions we've made to kind of gain a new understanding of what processes are important for ET, and then also potentially constrain uncertainty as well. So I just want to provide a brief overview of kind of our planned experimental design. We're using CSM2 and we're perturbing CLM parameters. And again, this is in a coupled land atmosphere configuration. At the moment, we're planning to run it kind of init style with prescribed SST fields so that we can better match historical observations and be a bit more close to reality. And we're planning to perturb one at a time, kind of low-high perturbations of around 18 parameters at the moment. And we're thinking of running it in historical and future period undecided on exactly which SSP we're probably going to use. And tentatively, we're also thinking about constraining the ET spread with observational benchmarks. This might be just a bit tricky due to the limited number of ensemble members that we have. But I think we're going to try to take a deeper look at that. And then we're also planning to run identical land-only simulations as well, so we can compare this or quantify the coupling between these land-only and then coupled simulations. So at the moment I'm here looking at trying to figure out which parameters we want to perturb, so that because that's kind of we want to generate a spread in ET and kind of make again these assumptions about land surface functioning. So this is the question I've been focusing on for a bit. Which parameters should we actually perturb? And again, the goal is to generate a spread in ET. And to do this, I've been kind of using the CLM PPEs that are running, and again, uncoupled land-only simulations with 4 different forcings. With one where, there's CO2 forcing, there's atmospheric forcing, and then there's pre-industrial state and this future state at the end of 2100 in the SSP 37 scenario. And I think it's been important to look at both of these because we're, again, planning to do this in a transient forcing. So we want to look at kind of high CO2 and kind of hotter climates as in addition to just pre-industrial as well. And I've also been looking at this transient PPE over the historical period that Linnea provided that has fewer members, but it is a bit more one-to-one because it is a transient PPE. And to reiterate, we need to select around 18 parameters, and I've been focusing on kind of global mean and interannual the mean and interannual variability across the global mean and then 9 different biomes just at the moment. So kind of diving into this first, the historical PPE that I've been looking at, this is just a plot of the global mean ET flux over this 120 year historical period. And I think the main thing I noted from this was that the trends are approximately the same, and essentially these perturbations in parameter space primarily just kind of shift the mean climate state up or down, increasing or decreasing ET flux. And then from this kind of ensemble, we can kind of pick out the parameters that tend to generate the largest spread across the ensemble. And then moving to the PPEs where we have these atmospheric and CO2 forcings, kind of the main conclusion that we found is that the same parameters generally have the largest influence at both pre-industrial and future atmospheric forcing. And this is atmospheric forcing, and I'm showing it now in the zonal mean because again, it's kind of a quasi-equilibrium state and in both the pre-industrial on the left and then the future SSP 37 on the right. And so you can see again, there's a large spread in the tropics, but across these 2 forcing state or kind of equilibrium states with different forcings, the same parameters generally are kind of generating the largest spread, at least in the zonal mean. And we find that's also pretty similar for the high and low CO2 forcings, where across these 2 forcings at high and low CO2, the same parameters are generally generating the greatest spread. But one thing that is definitely a little caveat is that we're thinking about running this in a coupled state. And so we need to think about how might atmospheric feedbacks alter this response. And to do this, we were actually looking back at this previous coupled PPE that Claire Zarakis ran, which is a pre-industrial coupled PPE with CSM. And there were identical simulations with and without atmospheric coupling. And this allowed Claire to kind of quantify the land atmosphere feedback or coupling sensitivity. And let me walk you through this plot here. So this is on the y-axis is the change in ET from the coupled simulations. On the x-axis is the change in ET from the land-only simulations. And so this 1-to-1 line, if all the simulations lied on that line, that means that there wouldn't be any any atmospheric feedback that modulates ET. And then in these blue regions, that's where these atmospheric feedbacks are actually dampening the ET response. And then these red regions are where the atmospheric feedbacks are amplifying the ET response. And so you can take the linear regression of all these ensembles and compute this sensitivity, which again is the slope of this line, to get, again, the sensitivity to like quantify this land atmosphere coupling. And then you can, Claire did this at the grid scale level. So we have this nice map of kind of how the atmosphere modulates ET change. And you can we took these sensitivity values, these slopes, and then what I've been doing was just multiplying them by the change in ET we get from the land-only simulations to kind of get some sort of estimate, maybe like a 0th or 1st order estimate of the coupled response from these land-only CLM PPEs. And so generally, kind of our conclusion with that, the atmospheric feedbacks don't significantly change the spread in ET, at least in the zonal mean. And specifically, they don't really change the relative influence of parameters that much. So on the left-hand side is this original PPE, and then on the right-hand side is just taking that PPE and scaling it by that sensitivity map that I just showed. And so you can see that ET change is generally dampened, but the same parameters are kind of popping to the top again, which I guess makes our life a little bit easier because that suggests that when we're at least looking at these rankings, the kind of land-only PPEs provide a lot of a good kind of enough insight. Yeah, and from that we can start to generate parameter lists from the CLM PPEs, and so kind of we have these. I have these looked at these 4 different PPEs under different forcings and transient, and that one historical transient one, and to generate some parameter rankings. And so kind of taking maybe just the top 5 parameters from the greatest influence on ET at the global and kind of biome level. And then you can start to generate some kind of lists of parameters that we might want to choose. And so these are just kind of an example of some of the parameters that kept coming up a lot. And so yes, there's some hydrology, some like canopy evaporation stuff, photosynthesis. Yeah, but I guess we haven't gotten as far to like select exactly what parameters we want to choose. And there are some other considerations that we might want to think about, such as do we want to sample different functional areas instead of just like maybe all, like there are a lot of photosynthesis stuff. Do we want to like get other areas of the kind of that parameter space? There's also, we might want to take into account like whether kind of we want to have different spatial patterns generated by these parameters. And then additionally, the actual ranges that we are going to perturb, there's been, I think, yeah, Dana Kennedy did some work to kind of constrain these ranges using observations, and we probably want to use those constrained ranges in our PPE. So kind of in summary, yeah, ET is a hard but important problem. There are many competing processes and there's sparse observations. And this is where kind of entering model world and using a PPE might provide some insight into the actual like, kind of in-process understanding of what drives trends in ET in both the historical and future. Our kind of very preliminary exploration of the CLM PPE provides some guidance on parameter selection, and then kind of somewhat reassuringly, we've also found that like atmospheric feedbacks do not seem to have a significant influence on like the parameter rankings when we're thinking about ET spread, which gives us confidence in using the CLM PPEs for parameter selection. So yeah, with that, thanks. I'd love any like comments or insight. Yeah.
Time for a question or two. Daniel?
Yeah, kind of along those lines. Have you thought at all about doing replicates for like CO2 being seen only in the radiative versus physiological, that kind of framework of experiments?
I haven't thought about that. I mean, we've looked a lot at like the C format, like RAD versus VUC runs previously. Yeah, I guess that'd be interesting.
Renato has a question online. You can unmute. Renato, can you unmute to ask your question?
Yeah, sorry. Hi, thanks for your talk. This is very interesting. Maybe I missed it, but I had a couple of questions. So first, how did you select those parameters? Did you just get the most impactful ones? And then did you look into the confounding effects of parameters at the same time? And then another question is, like, in one of your plots for SSP3, I think you showed that something related to the sand properties, I'm not familiar with that particular one, seemed very important for your ET. So yeah, sorry for the multiple questions at once.
Every single parameter in CM5 was perturbed, and I'm just ranking based on the maximum like change in ET that they generate. And so I'm looking at all of the parameters, and then just like the ones I've highlighted were the ones that generate the greatest spread in ET. The second question was about
the confounding effects.
Oh yeah, confounding effects. Yeah. So yeah, I haven't looked into this. I think there are some like Latin hypercube PBEs that probably contain more information about these interactions that I might be able to look at. In terms of the actual experimental design of like this PBE, I think given the limited number of like kind of ensemble members that we are able to have, we might not gain much process understanding by doing it, like performing it without Latin hypercube, as opposed to one at a time perturbations. As in, like, we might not be able to trace back like this ET response is connected to this like change in land surface functioning. If that makes sense. Yeah. Is there one? There's one more, right? Sand. Oh yeah, the sand one. Yeah, I think that's because it gets really hot in the like atmosphere forcing or one, and it is kind of a crazy range that was probably unreasonable. I mean, well, we'd have to think more about whether we actually want to include that. But I think, yeah, it gets really hot and some plants die, and then like the heat capacity of sand becomes important, more or less.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Ben. In the interest of time, Sanjeev, can you put your question in the chat? Maybe kind of if you want to answer in the chat. Our next speaker is Evan, talking about parameter perturbation, showing the importance of functional diversity in moderating ecosystem biogeochemistry.
Cool. Thanks, everybody. Hi, I'm Evan Margiota. I'm a grad student at UCSB, and I'm really excited to be talking about some of our work using the COM PPE to examine the importance of functional diversity in moderating ecosystem biogeochemistry, work that Anna Trugman and I are doing at UCSB, but in collaboration with Daniel Kennedy and Linnea from the PPE team. So to kind of motivate some of this talk, there's kind of really strong evidence from community ecology theory and observations that functional diversity serves kind of important ecosystem functions. Typically, we think about when we have more either species or more functional diversity within an ecosystem, we think that that ecosystem, when exposed to disturbance or stress, whether that be drought, fire, predation by beetles, is going to have more functional mechanisms to respond to that disturbance or stress. And then it's more likely that you're going to have surviving in members be able to kind of then stabilize ecosystem function by expressing some level of competitive advantage. This is work from Bill Andreg's group in 2018, where they found observationally that variation in hydraulic traits led to decreased drought sensitivity in ecosystems. And from a more statistical perspective, if you wanted to predict the drought sensitivity of an ecosystem, not only did you need to know kind of mean hydraulic traits, but you also needed to know standard deviations. So you needed to know some level of diversity about those ecosystems. But they point out in that paper that they kind of think these diversity stability effects are mostly absent in global land surface models, and they attributed this to kind of coarse representations of plant functional types with only one trait value attributed to them, which we've heard about a little bit this week. But I think, this is an interesting question to ask more explicitly to, in our context, in CLM, which, we do have, 16 natural vegetation PFTs with one parameterization, we might have a lack of process representation of different competitive aspects, whether they be light or beetles or other disturbance mechanisms that might not allow competitive fitness to be expressed. But kind of importantly, the PFTs still exist on the same grid cell and the same kind of water bucket. So we might imagine that different patches, even though they might not be interacting in a lot of ways, might be meaningfully interacting for water, and that under kind of stress conditions or drought conditions, that maybe these diversity stability effects kind of could emerge. So kind of we're asking questions in this research in kind of this is kind of in a global surface model. This is kind of our coarsest in member of models. Do diversity stability relationships emerge from PFT competition for water? How does the strength of this diversity effect vary across space? And then kind of interestingly, what kind of diversity matters? Kind of in our context, this is what kind of diversity and what kind of specific traits matter. And we're going to be doing this with CLM PPE. Specifically, we're using Linnea's Wave 1 simulations for this, where we've perturbed 32 different traits that are associated with plant hydraulics, photosynthesis, stomatal regulation, 500 ensemble members. And very importantly for this work is that there are 12 of those traits which are perturbed separately for each plant functional type. And to kind of visualize what I mean by this, if we were to look at a temperate forest grid cell here in Eastern Europe, for a given parameter, for a given ensemble member, we might have a parameter perturbation that looks like this. So we have 4 co-occurring plant functional types, 2 trees and 2 grass PFTs. All of them have been perturbed slightly different to the Medlin slopes, and we can derive from that community-weighted means and standard deviations for not only the Medlin slope, but also all kind of the parameters that we're perturbing by PFT. And then across our different ensemble members, we might have not only different mean values, but also different standard deviations. Sometimes we have wider standard deviations indicating maybe more functional diversity, and sometimes we have relatively narrow weighted standard deviations representing kind of more homogeneous functional, a more homogeneous functional ecosystem. And this is across, of course, our 500 ensemble members. And then we're going to ask, can we predict drought sensitivity as a function of both trait means and trait standard deviations, with these trait standard deviations being our kind of measure of the diversity effect in the model. And here, drought sensitivity, we're defining as the percent change in GPP in the minimum beta month, so the most water stressed month, to kind of the growing season average GPP. And we're going to do this, we're going to partition model variance in drought sensitivity between trait means and trait standard deviations using the kind of standardized method that a lot of the PPEs have been using, where we train Gaussian process simulators and then use a fast sensitivity analysis. Importantly, we're doing this partitioning at every single grid cell. And then I also kind of wanted to pause here and note that I think part of the pitch of this work and this talk is a little bit of trying to use the PPE in creative ways to gain process understanding of competitive processes that, in this talk, I'm not going to talk too much about model calibration or quantifying parameter uncertainty, but rather like process uncertainty and process representation. And I think that's a potentially really powerful area for the PPE. So we do this procedure at every grid cell, and this is what we get. So here we've got a map of the proportion of variance and drought sensitivity, either explained by trait diversity, which is in green, or by the trait means, which are in the more brown color. There's also gray color on this map and in this color triangle, which are those universal traits that didn't change via plant functional type. And you'll see kind of large variation across space. Kind of on average globally, the diversity effect is explaining about 22% of variation in drought sensitivity, but that's very different between biomes. Tropical forest, we're only seeing about 2% of drought sensitivity explained by the diversity effect, where that's much higher in boreal forests. And of course, if you know anything about where PFTs live in CLM, this is kind of relatively predictable, given that there's a vast majority of the biomass in the tropics is just it's just one PFT. So of course, there's no diversity there to vary across the ensemble members. But we're seeing where we do have multiple kind of relatively similar sized PFTs, we are seeing potential diversity effects. When we kind of then ask the question, what kind of diversity matters, we're seeing pretty much the importance of hydraulic trait diversity. This is relatively unsurprising given drought sensitivity is kind of an inherently hydraulic process. I would note that this kind of map is where you might see a lot of different colors. When we compare this to like the traits explaining GPP or the traits maybe explaining ET, those maps have a lot more spatial variance. So we actually kind of, compared to other processes, we would say drought sensitivity is kind of more uniformly explained by a couple of select hydraulic traits with some variation. So we kind of got to this point of analysis and we thought, oh, well, we've got great, interesting results. This is maybe a confirmation of observational theory. And we dove a little bit closer and we were looking at individual cases and kind of got hit with a splash of cold water, which is that if we use our emulators to then derive kind of prediction surfaces, here we have kind of diversity on the y-axis and a trait value on the x-axis. What we see in a lot of different ecosystems and a lot of different places where we've looked at this is actually as we increase the diversity, we also increase the drought sensitivity. So that's opposite of our expectations from observations. And typically what's going on here is rather the model sensitivity analysis is indicating that all PFTs should converge to the exact same set of hydraulic traits, and then any variation in that kind of converged trait results in more vulnerable drought systems. Yep, that's what I just explained. Let me visualize this a little bit more because I think this is kind of one of the core findings of this work. If we had kind of the two hydraulic traits that we found typically very important for predicting drought sensitivity, Kmax and P50, we find that to produce ecosystems that are most drought resilient, we'd want all of our like different plant functional types to like converge to this top right corner with really high Kmaxes and really negative P50s. Of course, if you're a plant physiologist in this room, you might know that kind of where I'm going here, which is that this area of the parameter space is potentially very unrealistic. If we bring in observations, this is from Gleason in 2015, of co-occurring P50 and conductance measurements, we know that this kind of top right space is actually evolutionary impossible. There's a lot of good first principle reasons why you can't develop xylems that are very efficient at conducting water nutrients and are also very resistant to embolism. And instead, we're seeing a lot of stuff in this kind of bottom left-hand corner. And we thought, well, maybe we can use this kind of observed relationship and apply it kind of to the kind of the sensitivity space. And then when we ask where our PFT should go, then maybe we get a response with more equifinality, where there are kind of multiple hydraulic pathways to kind of the same level of drought sensitivity. And I think this has a lot of potential promise. However, this is kind of an idealized case, and this has actually been quite hard to do in the experiment for a couple of reasons that I'm happy to talk to. But to kind of leave with some take-home messages, the part of the picture of this talk, like I said, is there's a lot of potential in the CLM-PPE to understand process representation in the models. We think that grid cell level analysis that we did here shows that trait diversity matters, but not because of stability effects, but rather because of this kind of optimal hydraulic process. And then I think the one that's really most important and the one I kind of want to leave y'all with is that sensitivity tests, and there's been kind of a lot of them over the course of the week, in this effort to optimize traits can benefit from knowledge of trait trade-offs. Specifically that, like, as we kind of did on that last slide, it's possible to reduce the realistic parameter space by having knowledge of these trait trade-offs without constraining the range of any one particular trait. Rather, we constrain the covariance space. And this kind of goes towards a philosophy of maybe sampling across strategies as opposed to sampling across all possible traits. And we think that doing this has both the benefits of maybe having kind of maybe reducing some parameter sensitivities by reducing realistic parameter sets, and then also clarifying some of these process-based diversity stability relationships by kind of removing unachievable optimal strategies. However, this is maybe a great idea, but it requires us to have good knowledge of trait trade-offs at an ecosystem or community scale for the kind of PFT scale trade-offs. And I think it's a really open question of whether the trade-offs theory that we observe at an individual plant level, maintain at like a community or a stand or a forest or an ecosystem scale, and to kind of do this kind of constraining in the parameter space, we would have to have kind of a prior knowledge on whether those relationships held true, or just like really good databases of hydraulic data from maybe tropical forests, which maybe we don't have yet. Anyway, thanks so much. Here's my contact if you want to get in touch, but yeah, happy to answer questions. Thanks.
Okay, so time for a question or two. See, Gordon.
I love the talk. It's great. I love saying CLM used to sort of test ecological theory and things like that. It's great. I was wondering how much does sort of random stochasticity factor into this? Because I always think of like when you think of traits and trade-offs and things like that, I'm always going back to like sort of successional space, like early succession and late succession, open canopies and closed canopies, and sort of a mosaic of environments. And CLM can't do that kind of stuff. So how much does that sort of random stochastic process sort of factor in this discussion about traits and trade-offs and strategies and things like that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think for this, we tried to keep it so narrow just to the drought sensitivity, where we thought that maybe like we would know the specific trade-offs and the K-backs or P50 that were incredibly relevant, or where we have the best process understanding. But I think for other areas of disturbance and stress where diversity, stability, relationships might be important, I think those would be incredibly important points to think about. And also, this is kind of asking, this is like the crudest end member possible to ask this question of is, we might think that these effects are much easier to get in a demographic model or a gap model or some other more complex model. But we think, I think we'd be doing a really good job if we could get these things to show up in like a big leaf, global model.
One more question. There's Will.
Super cool. I'm also terrified by you finding that like the best parameters are in unrealistic space. Like, this may be a question for Lenny. Like, how do we not go there?
Well, in our case, the best parameters is like the most drought resilience, not the most, like, that's not necessarily aligned with observations.
Right.
So like, just because we showed like they want to be here, that doesn't mean that obviously actual observations.
No, but just that like in PPE land, like you could calibrate a model and is there any way, I guess, that we can prevent going into unrealistic territory?
I think it's a little bit deceptive to show it the upper end, like it goes from 0 to 1 because we've normalized the space, but the P50 is actually constrained to its realistic numbers. So it can't ever be, above, let's say 4. And then, even if it is in the upper right-hand corner in normalized space, that's not necessarily a tree that doesn't exist.
Oh, I see.
So maybe we can work on constraining our PFT specific ranges to help avoid this.
Okay.
I think more broadly, without Bayesian optimization, you can't do it. Like you're gonna potentially go to bad parameter values. So I think like at some point you need some Bayesian aspect to your optimization. And if you really want to do it well, then you need like not just single parameter priors, but like the correlation matrix of the priors, which is just for anything but this one, which people are obsessed with, it's really hard. But you could implement, kind of this.
Maybe do it at a site, for a site-specific simulation where you have like a great, like this site is the place where you have a bunch of trait data, like a bunch of really rich trait database. We're doing this across the globe is like potentially very hard.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Evan. We can continue this during the break, but first we're going to hear from Linnea on tuning CLM 6. Okay.
I'm going to talk about our current efforts to tune CLM6, but this is maybe a little bit of a misnomer. I'm actually trying to develop tools and methods for systematically constraining our parametric uncertainty and then hoping that a tuned version of CLM6 falls out at the end. And this work obviously builds on all of Daniel and Katie's PPE work and is supported by Dave and Pierre and our whole PPE community and the LEAP project at Columbia. So I want to first just kind of reorient us in this tuning process that we have this really incredibly complex model that simulates all these processes, and we barely observe a fraction of the processes that CLM simulates. And this is not meant to be exhaustive. It's just kind of what's on ILAM, and it's, you know, at the top-down global gridded observational data set level. There's obviously sites that have much richer databases that we can use. But I'm currently existing in this framework where we have very limited observational data that has uncertainties, that disagree with one another, that comes from really disparate sources and may not be self-consistent. So I want to be really cautious that we aren't over-tuning or calibrating to this small, limited set of data sets that we have at the expense of all these other processes that have been, maybe tuned or calibrated from the ground up from more informative data sets. So that's the philosophy that I'm bringing to this is caution. And that's why I've adopted this history matching methodology, which you've all heard me talk about a lot. And I like to think of this as, where calibration is trying to very quickly find the best parameter set that optimizes or minimizes your error. History matching is more like sculpting, where you start from a marble block and start to gradually chip away at that marble and rule out regions of the parameter space slowly and cautiously until you're left with, it might not be a work of art, but it's something that looks like Earth, looks like a realistic planet. And so I think this history matching philosophy is appropriate for the land modeling framework that we are in, where we don't just care about predictive skill, right? This model isn't just for that, it's for asking science questions. Okay, so the history matching process, you start by generating a perturbed parameter ensemble. You then train a machine learning based emulator on that and that's just supposed to be a really cheap, computationally inexpensive way of densely sampling the parameter space. Then you introduce some observational constraint, rule out any of the parameter space that doesn't agree with that observation, and then resample from that parameter space. And each of these waves of iterative refocusing, we can introduce new observational data. And that's kind of how our experimental design is laid out here. And I think this aligns really well with the model development cycles, right? We don't, at the outset, know exactly what variables or metrics we want to put in our cost function and then commit to that and calibrate. We kind of slowly hone the model into middle C, so it's tuned appropriately, and then we can introduce new observational constraints iteratively. And at the end of these several waves, you don't end up with one best favorite parameter set. You end up with a observationally constrained perturbed parameter ensemble, and I'll talk a little bit more about this. So this is our experimental design, or the method we're using. Our experimental design looks something like this. We have two objectives, to tune CTSM6, but we also want to be able to assess uncertainty in not just the carbon cycle, but water and energy cycles as well. This will sound like I'm still working on the same project, but we started all over after the code freeze in October. And so we're working in the new code base of roughly CTSM 5.3. We started by running a mini one at a time ensemble, which informed our parameter selection process for the Latin hypercube, which we then have been using for doing some assisted hand tuning, but also some history matching. And this is the step we're in right now. Hopefully out of this, we'll end up with a constrained PPE, and then a version of CTSM6 for CSM3. So I'm going to kind of quickly go through these steps. Many of you have seen this work already, but start with just kind of a PSA that this one at a time ensemble exists. Ben's already using it. We have 76 parameters. They're run one at a time at their minimum value and their maximum value. We're pretty much using the same ranges as in the CLM5 one at a time PPE, but what's different is that these are run in transient mode. So we spin up and then run from 1850 to 2023 with crew, JRA forcing, and then again on the sparse grid. So if this is useful to you, you can look at any number of observational variables and look at the sensitivity to some parameter. After this, we down selected 56 parameters and ran those with a Latin hypercube sampling design with 1,500 ensemble members. Again, sparse grids, full spin up, and then run with crew JRA forcing. And I want to highlight here just the massive spread in the variable, in the like global mean GPP and biomass that we can get in this ensemble. So it's like half and double what we might expect from global GPP. And the spread is really large in the cumulative land carbon sink as well. The main difference, I don't think the spread changed that much compared to our CLM5 PPE. What really changed is the crew forcing data has made the whole globe just much more productive. So we've shifted our ensemble a bit higher it has a stronger carbon cycle under crew. Okay, so this was our initial Latin hypercube sample. Then we can move on to wave 1. I should have mentioned that all the PFT parameters are scaled uniformly in that Latin hypercube ensemble. So with wave 1, my main goal was to introduce this independent PFT perturbation sampling design. We chose 15 parameters that we're going to allow to vary independently for PFTs. And we used the CLM SP as our target, so MODIS LAI data disaggregated to PFT level. Sample, emulate, work through that wave of iterative refocusing and run 500 new ensemble members. We've ruled out maybe roughly 35% of the parameter space here. It's kind of a cautious step, and they're mainly at this like upper end of really high, overly productive parameter space. Okay, so we're finished with wave 1. We're moving on to wave 2, and this is the step we're in now. And this has been a stressful point for me because I didn't know how we were going to tune PFT parameters independently and also use gridded data products. If you treat all the PFT parameters independently, that's like way more than 300 parameters, and you can't emulate with that. Alternatively, on any given grid cell, as Evan was just showing us, many PFTs can coexist. And so if I want to just get the grid cell mean GPP right, the sum of 3 things, there's lots of ways to sum 3 things up and get the same GPP. So this was the cause of months of Linnea not sleeping well, but finally I had the, I don't know, revelation that not all PFTs coexist. It seems really obvious in hindsight, but we can divide up the world into these biomes where really only 4 or fewer PFTs coexist on a grid cell. And that's actually not that many parameters. I can treat all of those PFT parameters independently in my emulator like this. So like for a parameter like leaf C to N, I might have a leaf C to N for evergreen trees, a leaf C to N for deciduous trees, and a leaf C to N for grasses. And I can treat those as independent parameters in my emulator. This is really cool because it allows us to tune to gridded products, tune the PFT parameters independently, and capture some of these interactions between PFTs on a grid cell that I've been worried about and that Evan showed us are really important. So I'm really excited about this new emulation design, as you can tell. And on top of that, we're getting incredibly good performance out of the emulators when we set them up this way. These are validation scores. We train a separate emulator for each variable and for each biome. And I think this is because we have good alignment between the thing we're trying to predict and all of the factors that influence that in CLM, the PFT interactions, and yeah, so I'm glad we have really good emulation. In fact, the emulation is so good that we may not even really need to run wave 2. Like, I'm not sure that more ensemble members is actually going to improve our skill here. So it's really tempting to just say, well, let's go ahead and calibrate because we have good emulation. And so this is a cautionary tale. I'm just going to highlight one example here, looking at tropical forests leaf area index biases over the Amazon. So this is the default leaf area bias in CLM. It's really, really high. And I can use my emulator to sample the parameter space really densely and find a few best parameter sets that minimize my bias in LAI. And this looks pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's better, a lot better. But where this like calibrated parameter set lies in parameter space is a clue. Sorry, the K-max values are all really low. The Medlin slope values are all really high. And so what this says is I've reduced my LAI bias by just inducing really high water stress in the Amazon. And we know from experience that if you do this and then plug it into the coupled model, which has a high warm and dry bias in the Amazon, that you are likely to kill off the Amazon rainforest. So this is maybe not something we want to do. Alternatively, I can hold Kmax and Medlin slope fixed and then calibrate with just these 4 other parameters varying. And my map looks really similar. I can get really good calibration equivalent. But now I'm achieving this reduction in LAI through this fun parameter, which is related to the nitrogen availability. So I've pushed LAI down really low by making it really extremely nutrient limited. So these 2 calibrations, one is drought stress, one is nutrient limitation. And this is just like the classic caveat or problem with calibration. You fall into these local holes. And if we had just, set our cost function at the beginning and run a traditional calibration approach, you would end up with one of these, and then that's your best parameter set. And I think that's really dangerous and not what we want to do. So that brings us back to why I like this history matching process so much. It avoids selecting, overfitting and selecting that one best parameter set. It, chips away at the outside of that marble sculpture and rules out these regions of parameter space that are not plausible, and then you're left with an ensemble, this observationally constrained ensemble. And sometimes you do have to pick one best parameter set to run in CUMIP, but we can now make some more informed decisions about that. We can maybe cluster our observationally constrained parameter sets in parameter space and identify a suite of them that span some gradient in nutrient limitation or water stress or photosynthetic capacity. And we can learn about the mechanisms that are helping us to improve our model. And that can not just give us better parameterizations, but it can inform us about the model behavior, model structure, and also allow us to do some hypothesis testing as well. So this is, we're really close to this stage. I think if I can figure out how to sample, we're ready to try to test this in the next few weeks. Okay, so where we're going next with this after, I think after we kind of come up with a favorite version of CLM and look at the clusters in parameter space, we could take this a step further and start to cluster over some of the emergent behavior of CLM. And that might span things that we can't observe or can't constrain with observation. So no longer clustering in parameter space, but clustering in this behavioral space or something like that. So you might have axes of CO2 fertilization or a change in water use efficiency. And I think there's some really fun, interesting science questions we can ask here if we can run a small ensemble of these, maybe even in emissions-driven mode. So this is where I'm trying to go with this. I don't have any conclusions because we're kind of in the middle of this process still, but I can talk a little bit about how things are going. I think we finally have a solid way to tune PFT parameters independently. I'm really pleased with the history matching methodology because it's so flexible. It allows us to introduce these new constraints iteratively. So, we're just using these really global mean state metrics at the moment, but we're not limited to that. As new metrics come available, we can introduce those iteratively in this process and hone in gradually. And I think, yesterday and today we've talked a lot about soil moisture variability, water cycle things. So the more we can come up with clever metrics, the more we can constrain this. And that's one of the things I put on here that needs to be improved. I think we can come up with more functional metrics that get at model behavior and not just mean state. I'm really limited in our water cycle metrics. This is more general, but I think our emulations is still too task specific. I would love to have like one emulator that emulates the spatial and temporal monthly variables that anyone can query. And so I'm hopeful, I think we can get there with some of the new machine learning techniques. It's kind of a long shot, a longer term plan, but and then translating these from offline to online has been challenging. Hopefully we can learn from Abby's group's work and Ben's group work and other things to come up with a system for tuning offline versus online. And then, along the way through this process, we've uncovered a lot of interesting model behaviors. And since we're kind of in a hurry, we haven't had a chance to investigate all of these fun, interesting things we're seeing. And so there needs to be maybe a more like systematic approach for identifying some of these interesting behaviors we're seeing in the model. One of them is that we aren't able to bring the trend in biomass down low enough to agree with observations, if we believe these observations, in any of our ensemble members. So we have a fairly strong trend in biomass, and that maybe points to agreement with some of Heather Graven's work that shows we might need faster turnover times. So there's some kind of like bigger things that would be fun to investigate when we have the chance. That's all. Thanks.
Great, time for a question.
I guess, so, Ben's talk and then your stuff made me think that maybe, do you think you would have gotten those same goals if you were able to have more PFTs? Like you could have like a drought tolerant tropical tree versus a moisture drought intolerant.
Coexisting in the same area. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. I think if you had
that does exist. That's real.
Yeah, I think better constraints would help you avoid the holes. Better metrics would help you avoid these holes. I think the model is prone to find holes. There's just really strong trade-offs in a model like this. It's easy to get the same behavior for a bunch of different reasons.
I think Sanjeev has a question online. Great talk. Is CLM 6 results CLM run or emulator run?
I think I only showed model simulation, so CLM runs. Nothing I showed were emulator.
Your kind of reduced bias when you got no bias. You ran those parameter sets back through the model.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those are CLM output. Yeah. Sorry, thanks. Cool.
Looks like
a way I had a question too.
Oh, thank you.
Can we look at the chat?
Pull up the chat.
Leia's question was, when using grid scale, GPP, or LAI, or biomass observations, how do you disaggregate the individual PFT contributions, which I assume you need to get the PFT specific parameters?
Yeah, that's what I thought too. And that's what I was struggling with because you can't do it. But I'm putting all the PFTs into the emulator for that grid cell. And then I have the grid cells divided up in this way that it's kind of like Sudoku, where if it works in one biome, it has to work in the other biomes where that PFT coexists. I can talk to you more about this offline, Alea, and show you my Sudoku biome map.
Okay, last question online for,
Okay, we're eating into our discussion time, but I think that's fine. So, no, you can ask anyone a question, but first let's go to Renato online, and then we'll come to Charlie.
Hi, thank you so much for your talk. This is very nice. And so my question is really aligned to your last slide, actually. So you touched a little bit on the fact that maybe your calibration will disagree with the actual observations. And my question emerged when I saw you showing the bias in the Amazon reducing when you tune the FEM parameters. And I worked a lot with fun, and I know that those parameters are very, very empirical, right? They came up from very limited experiments or sometimes really tuning. But my question is related to those parameters. Let's suppose that now after you get your parameter space and now it looks good and your bias is very low, do you have any sense of where or if it's necessary for us to do like a validation of the parameters themselves independently, which is kind of aligned with what you touched here, but how important is that in your?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I haven't thought about this enough. But I think it'd be a great idea, right? We could test it. We could first look to ecological theory, like Evan's talk, and say, did we tune Kmax up high and the PSI 50 into a space that's not ecologically consistent? So maybe there should be a screening like that at the end. But yeah, then maybe we go back in and say, at a site where we have good nitrogen data for these fun parameters were maybe developed, is our calibrated version realistic or plausible, or is it totally out to lunch? I think that's a great idea. I haven't thought about that too much, but site level evaluation could be a good final step.
Okay, I know Charlie had a hand, and then I know Keith has a hand, and Daniel has a hand. So we'll go in that order, and we'll take a break.
So the emergence of your three clusters of carbon, nitrogen, and water limitation, do you feel like that's inevitable given the structure of the model? Like if you added phosphorus limitation, would that create a fourth cluster or something? Like it's just so it's telling you something very fundamental about the model.
Yeah, it's really structurally limited, which is useful, right?
Yeah.
It's a useful way of learning the kind of folds of the model and where you like run into structural problems.
Were those real? Was those real?
No, those are not real
Those are
clusters.
synthetic.
Oh, okay. That's real. I was like,
Yeah, sorry. But Adriana's done this with like 2 PPEs with ballberry and medlin, and you see these really different behaviors from the 2 structural structures, and you can't actually get behavior from ballberry using the medlin. And so I think there's these cool applications for finding those structural constraints. Keith?
On your bullet point of things that we need of better constraints for the water cycle, if you could run with water isotopes, would that give you better constraints?
Maybe. I don't know enough about water isotopes. I don't know what's the observational data available on. And I think neon has some water isotope data. This is why we need a whole team of people to come up with observations and look at the metrics you like to look at. And I'm not going to know.
You could get a water strip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the conversation with Renato about and via Evan's stuff about like making sure parameter choices are sensible, you don't have to do that after the fact. There's like a whole, field of methods about doing it at the same time, right? Like MCMC is supposed to not get you into holes that fit the odds perfectly. It's supposed to perfectly balance, costs associated with straying from parameter priors against, fitting. You're supposed to be going uphill against parameters to go downhill against RMSE and find that balance. And I feel like if you have the information to do that confrontation, you should include it in your optimization. And if you can't do it during your optimization, then you're not going to actually be able to do it after the fact either. And the question is, are you willing to do MCMC now that you have an emulator that works? Yeah.
I'd be open to making the case for it. I just think if you can sample the parameter space infinitely, then why risk a tool that is likely to fall into holes? If my emulator is free and I can take billions of samples, that's always going to be better than trying to use an MCMC thing that is likely to fall into holes. If you're introducing like a sampling design that only allows you to, that's kind of from these joint probability metrics, then that might be more, that's really useful in the sampling. If you're sampling from joint priors, I don't think that has to be MCMC.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'm thinking we should call it, take a quick break. Sorry, Renato. Feel free to put it in the chat. We'll keep the chat up during break. We have a 15-minute break until 4, and then we have a handful of more awesome talks, so make sure you stick around. And thank all our speakers again. Welcome back. Everyone's feeling energized. Last session. So to kick things off, we are going to hear from Naoki on constituent transport in river models.
Okay, my name is Naoki. Actually work here, but across the town in the research application lab. So I am talking river model, which switch from a land model aspect. So, okay. It's not moving. Okay. So we have been focusing on the fresh water so far in the river model, especially in the CSM context. But great interest in transporting like a constituent, especially DOC, isotopes, and then potentially heat. And then, yeah, so the picture in the right side is like is a river, but you can see there's something going on in the river. This is not a DOC, but it's more like a toxic from mining, but it's kind of moving downstream. So it's a kind of interesting problem to solve in a river model. So I've been thinking about this long time, but finally I just started working on. So try to show some initial things. So this is kind of implementation, actually very simple, but slide is maybe just a little bit complicated. So at this one is, you can think about grid box, but the river model is like a river ridge. So you can see a kind of contaminated water. So model input for river model is like a Q lateral. Q mean like a flux of water. And then now we have a mass of something like a constituent. So that's from a land model, and I'm not producing, for river model doesn't produce. So rest of symbols are computed in the river model. So inflow from upstream grid, and then outflow to next grid box, and then whatever left over in the channel. Those are all computed at each time step. So I made an assumption for a tracer. One is like constant concentration in the beach. So it's well mixed. And then no sink, no like bioreactivity. So there's no escape or no like escape from atmosphere or in the bedrock. I mean riverbed from like soil. So each time step, so this is only 3 steps. Actually, code is only 5 lines eventually. So first thing is computing like concentration, and mass is in from upstream, and then there's a lateral mass coming in, and then previous time step mass, and then divided by same thing for water. But initially I didn't do good, and then because it's important to synchronize mass and then water flux exactly have to route same way. Otherwise, it's get crazy concentration, and then that's affecting downstream, and then it's screwed everything. Right? So it took me like a day or two to figure out what's happened, but finally got it. So reason why is like to get the nice correct concentration is used for mass flux out. So and then once you have mass out, you can update mass in the channel. So it's just only 3 steps, very simple. And then this is one grid box. And then if you have a river network, so if you have to route from 1 to 2 to like a 2, 3 coming into 4. So it's like a mass or water flux out becoming like a upper boundary condition for next downstream. So just kind of passing to downstream. So I got a collaborator from UMass, Michael Rowling. He gave me some simulated 1 kilometer runoff, DOC in Northrop, Alaska, some small basin park. So I'm not talking about this his model, but he produced a kind of nice data set to test. So this is his data sets, nothing to do with my data sets. So left side is mean runoff from 2000 May through October, and then the middle picture is a mean DOC. So it's quite different spatial patterns for DOC and then mean like a runoff. And then right side is like a time series of all. I plotted all pixels. So top is a runoff, lateral runoff, and then at the bottom is DOC loading. So you can see like a quite interesting, like a runoff is like a snow melts, and then its DOC is kind of corresponding, and then you can see variability. But DOC is supposed to be about like a 50 max. Well, mostly probably average is 10s, and then never be like 100 milligram per liters. But his might be a little bit overestimating. So, and then so this is like a so left side is exactly same graph as like previous slides. It's input, and then put in a river model, and then right side is oops, sorry. Right side is river model outputs. Same thing. I plotted all pixels. Top is the DOC discharge for each reach, and then the bottom is DOC. I think I plotted the concentration in the channel. So how much DOC is in the channel, so in each reach. So you can see like input is like max is 80 milligram per liter, but it's diluted a little bit. So it's about in the channel, it's like a 50. So it's kind of, I thought it's a reasonable result. And you can see a discharge of DOC from, I mean, the mass out. You can see kind of a similar pattern as discharge. So this is a kind of, I expect. So now it's like a unit is very different, like a tons per day. So it's quite large. So this is how like a water, no, this is, I'm just showing like how DOC moving. The left side is a flux from each reach, and the right side is concentration. So the left side should be similar to a discharge. I'm not showing for discharge, but should be similar. But right side of DOC concentration is kind of interesting. Like it's pop up everywhere, but the main stem should be a little bit like higher. No, actually lower actually. So you can like watch till October, but or you can see if you something weird, just let me know. But I don't know how much I done. Okay, so I have plenty of time. Okay, so I don't have much to say about this, but after like October, it's because of this basin is like it's losing like it's kind of discharge is only happening like May through October, end of October, so it's kind of disappear. It's not that actually zero. There's numbers, but very small. So eventually disappear and then kind of go back to May. So this is how I just showed how like a DOC moved, and this is how much DOC actually exports into the ocean. So I plotted to the right side is discharge in the blue, and then I have a USGS gauge flow. So it turns out a little bit like underestimate, or peak is a little bit high for his input, using his input. And then if you look at the DOC, I'm plotting here is actually concentration. So not like how much like flux per day. It's more like concentration in the last pixel, I think. But it should be synced to a peak, maybe a little bit high earlier than water. So it's challenging is like how to validate this, and I found only one paper to talk about his he's just had a measurements of a couple of years, and then he estimated like a peak DOC is about 7 to 15 milligram per liter, and then summertime it's decreased to 7. But this is different years, and then it's kind of I got kind of in the ballpark, so I was kind of happy to see this. And then this is kind of mass balance. Make sure I didn't lose any carbon and then fresh water. So if you do a mass, that's like a basin wide input. This is input, and then how much discharging and then how much left, and throughout this period. So mostly like a flushed out, and then but if you just do a mass, it should be much. And then there's also his paper talked about like estimated like how much DOC discharged in average like 2000 through 2007 is about 10,000 tons per year. There's some uncertainties, but our estimate model outputs is a little bit lower, but maybe this is something. Yeah, this is just what I got. So. Okay, so this is my last, right? So maybe just very initial implementation, ensure mass balance disclosure, and then yeah. So have to make sure maintain like consistent concentration with input, and then dilutions concentration is happening only mixing inflow and then the storage in the channel. And I haven't done anything, and so that's something that probably should be done next. So, yep.
All right, time for a question or two.
So now you need a land model that gives you tracers. Like you can take the tracers, well, this route can take the tracers, but you're not working with a land model that can pass you DFC tracers.
Not yet, but yeah, that's next step.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in see globally, and then
yeah,
make sure it gets similar to the previous study.
Didn't we have somebody that figured that out? I mean, it didn't come into the model, but
I think they weren't conserving their fluxes.
Yeah, so 2 years ago, I remember Mozart tracer presented here. I thought nice, but yeah, you said mass balance is not close.
Yeah.
That makes me really nervous. So
I mostly just say that, like, no one's working on this right now. Somebody's working on it.
Add it to the list.
Yeah.
No one's working on it.
Charlie?
What causes the double peak in concentrations, like the minimum between them?
At in summertime and in springtime.
Yeah.
Oh, that's I don't know, but it's mostly coming from permafrost, though, and then that's only I know mechanism, but these are mostly coming from a downstream side. Actually, it's more. So I don't know. There may be lag in the stove, I think.
Let's move on to our next talk. Thank you, Nayuki. Next up, we have Eric, who will teach us how to embrace our inner research software engineer. So it should be great. We'll give you a second to warn.
Okay. And let's see. How do I pull up the, oh, there it is. Oh, somebody's doing that.
Oh, wow. They're amazing. I know.
Yeah, so Eric Kluzik, I am, my talk is about embracing your inner research software engineer. Okay, so let's see, how do I go forward? Okay, all right, there we go. So this is an overall outline. So CTSM is inherently science that's expressed in software. So that means it's really a research software engineering project, and that's what we do. So I'm going to give excuses for myself that because of limited resources, we need to work together on research software engineering in CTSM. So, but it's true, we have limited resources. And there's some things that make doing research software engineering hard. I want to talk about that a little bit. And I'm going to survey you with this Slido thing. I've never done that before. If you pull that up, that'll pull up the slides or the Slido thing. Or go to that. What's that? Yes, everybody should participate. Yeah. So, who has touched CTSM code? Lots of us. So you are a research software engineer. Yes, congratulations. Okay. Now, actually I have one other question for people and I have a prize. Who's the first one to admit that when they are first given CTSM, they had no clue on what to do, what Fortran is, any of that kind of stuff? Who's the first to admit that? Yes, Meg, awesome, good job. Yeah, so the thing is that most of us have not had training on this. We don't know what to do. So we need to talk about it because it's what the model is made out of, you know, so. So let's see, going to the next thing. What is CTSM? And there's the picture, you know, it's CTSM is all about the science. That's the most important thing in science, but it's expressed in software, so it's inherently a software project. So if you touch any part of the CTSM code, you're an RSE. But bad software practices will also kill our science. That's something we need to realize, or slow it down. Lots of bad things can happen if we have bad software. So clean software and software development practices make CTSM science easier, more flexible, more robust, more verifiable, and more likely to be correct. So there's a partnership between the science and the software, but they need to be working together. So first question. I got this from Brian. He gets credit for this. In CSM, what percentage of people should be funded as research software engineers? Start interaction. Now is it there? Yes. All right, cool. Let's go up here below. A 100%. No, that would be bad. I have to admit, that would be very bad, actually. Yeah. 60%, greater than 90%. Okay. I think they have a similar title as me. 50%, 20 to 25, 10%. Okay. Yeah, so I think the lowest is 10% that I'm seeing. And so what is the actual percentage? Oh, what? How did it do that? Yeah, yeah. Why did you pull that up? What's that? Oh, that's probably what I did. Now it's gone. Okay, good. Okay, although. Things. Okay, rate. Okay. So Brian knows what the actual percentage is. And it's 3%. So the lowest we saw in the survey was 10%. And 10% would be 3 times more than what it actually is. So it's pretty low. And you know, I mean, I have some other metrics here that I won't read, but you know, there's a limited capacity we have for doing the research software engineering that really needs to be done. So we need your help, and we need to work with you, and we need to make sure we're working together so that it's a partnership. So what makes doing research software engineering tasks hard? And what can we learn from the software engineering industry on this? So the most expensive thing that we do is debugging bad code, right? So I'll call this debugging hell. Has anybody lived in debugging hell? I think especially the software engineers are going to raise their hands for this. We've all experienced that. And a lot of times, I mean, there's sometimes really complex science questions that are going on. And that's still sort of a debugging, but it's different than what I'm talking about here, because this is talking about the code is bad and it makes it brittle and fragile and it's hard to work with. So, and the thing about when you get into the debugging mode with a problem, it's inherently intractable. It's not possible to estimate. Let's see. And the further along in the development of whatever thing that is, the more expensive it is. And this is something that the software industry has recognized for decades. And so they have some things to help us with that. But also, if you have a lot of brittle, poorly designed, poorly tested code, it keeps you constantly in debugging hell. So that's something we want to try to avoid. And I will say we started this process of estimation, and we've been doing it, I guess it's been 2 years, which seems longer than possible, but I guess it's what we've been doing. And so I was looking through my things and, you know, the stuff where the estimate was, you know, way out of whack was because of debugging hell. And it looked like it was about 50% of my time was spent in debugging hell, which doesn't sound good when you put it that way, actually. But let's try to not do that. And what is the software engineering industry show that helps? So the following practice is, so first of all, figure out what the software needs to do, which is called requirements in the software engineering industry. And you make sure you don't do too much or too little, right? And figure that out. Figure that out beforehand. Spend effort into the design of the code itself, okay? And then add automated testing while you develop, right? And we'll get into that a little more. Actually, Adriana is going to talk about that more. And this is a maxim that all my experience in software has taught me that if you haven't tested your code, it's broken. And if you don't continue to test it, it's gonna get broken. So this, I mean, it's a you know, a saying, but it's just proven true time and time again. So 5 minutes. When you try something in CSM and it's broken for you, what do you do? Now I have to do and again. There we go. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh, I guess I have to stop the last one. Stop. And start. Okay, is that coming up? Try something in CSM, it's broken for you. What do you do? So file an issue, ask on the forums, give up and move on, ask someone else about it, fix the problem. Oh, I didn't have cry. Yeah. Oh, I should have had that. Yeah. That's kind of give up and move on though, maybe. Okay. Well, that's ask somebody else about it. Yeah. Although the thing is that you can't always just ask Eric. I mean, sometimes you have to ask Will. Sometimes you have to ask Adriana. And then, yeah, exactly. One of the Sams. We have two Sams. Okay. Interesting. Ask somebody else about it. I think that's actually good. That shows we have teamwork going on. And yeah, fix the problem. I thought that was going to be really low. But part of the point here is that when stuff is broken, we don't really have good ways of dealing with it. And part of why stuff is broken is if we're not testing stuff enough. So, but let's get back. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I really needed to practice. Where did my thing go? Yeah. I think, oh, there, they did something for me. Okay, I guess you don't see it though. Okay. Okay. I think we already did this. Okay, I guess I'll let this move forward. Makes doing things hard. Requirements. Okay, so here's a list of suggestions about let's try to get rid of debugging hell. And so this is a list of things. So I gave cutesy names instead of the CS kind of names. So I'm calling this small circle jujitsu, which used to be a thing. I guess it's maybe still a thing, but it's a martial art thing. But do things in small cycles instead of big cycles. Trim the fat. Let's think about what the requirements are. Draw the building beforehand, design your code changes before you start. Preserve success, which is what Git version control is about. Practice vulnerability, openly share your code and issues. Trust but verify, test as you go, test-driven development. Improve the design as you go, which is refactoring, and that's for agile development. So small circle jujitsu. So there's these steps that you go through: requirements, design, implement, test, deploy, refactor for agile. And the point here is try to do that cycle in really small cycles instead of large ones. So there's waterfall software development, which is one extreme, which is you do it in one monolithic thing. It's a huge thing. We can't do that because we don't know what the requirements are for a model that is inherently about experimentation. So Agile is on the other end where you're doing really small cycles. So, yeah, it's just a good way to practice, and that you can iterate on the design and make sure it's working and all that kind of stuff. So first one is trim the fat, not the bone. Before starting development cycle, think about, what you actually have to do and make sure you don't do too much or too little. And then actually, if you think about this beforehand, it's helpful to help you stick to it later. If you already decided, then it helps you avoid scope creep later, because there's always like, oh, I need to add this one thing. And, this is a thing I run into and everybody runs into. So think about that. Draw the building, design your code changes before starting. So think about the CTSM code and how your changes come in, and you might need to figure out the design of the CTSM code. Gordon talked about, how we have some things that are designed badly. There's technical debt. So you might need to look at that and see how you can fit into it, and maybe refactor it before you even get in there. So go for clean interfaces that ideally isolate your changes and logic in a modular fashion. That's a good goal. Use helper functions to reduce code duplication. Code duplication is the worst thing. So preserve success, which is about Git version control. You can follow the advice on the GitHub wiki pages. A good thing to do, so we're starting to do these minor release tags. So the last one is CTSM 53021. It has a DOI for it, so you can use it for publications. Start from there, and then, commit your changes as you show that they work, which means you can always go back to something that works, which is so helpful in development. So, allows you to go back to working version. And then it's important for us because to integrate your changes, they have to be in GitHub. So, how embarrassed are you usually to share your code? Okay. So now I got to do the strange thing again. Last one. Okay. All right. I will have to be fast. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, okay. Everybody's embarrassed about their code, and don't be embarrassed. That's the point. And I think people are embarrassed to share their code with me because I'm a software engineer, and so they think like, oh, I got to have really fancy, nice code, and I can't, or else I can't show a software engineer. But I'd rather see your code than for you to be embarrassed by it. So, yeah, I got to do the. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. What is it over here? No. Yeah, I feel like I don't know how to tell it. Got it. Yeah. Oh, there you got it. Okay. Openly share code and issues. Everybody's been embarrassed, but really, it's really important to have others look at your code because that's the way you improve. That's the way you're going to get better. And when we're embarrassed about our code together, we actually feel much better about it. Code is a shared resource, so you don't have to like see that your line of code was written and you're responsible for it, but it's a shared thing. Bugs are shared problems as well. Everybody is going to put bugs in the code. We just want to openly talk about it. So trust but verify, test as you go, develop first, test first so that show that they fail and then pass after you implement the updates. Adrian is going to go into this more. Improve design as you go. This is an agile kind of thing. So if there's sufficient testing in place, you can improve the design. So it does require to actually do refactoring. You have to have sufficient testing that you can show that you're not screwing things up. So, and a lot of times you want to do is improve the design to make it easier to bring in your new code, and then to get rid of brittle code that's causing problems. So refactoring means improving the code design without changing answers. So important to do. So, okay, I'm at conclusion. And I think I'm okay, right? That'll do it. That'll do it. Okay. So, is anybody excited about some of the practices I mentioned? Is anybody like want to try one of those out? Yes. Okay. All right. Good deal. Okay.
All right, in the interest of time, I don't think we have time for questions, but find Eric afterwards to talk more. And our next speaker will be Adriana.
Eric, can you share the microphone, Adriana?
Yes.
Speaking on offline testing of your model.
Okay, thanks. All right, so yeah, offline testing. If you don't know what that means, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, so yeah, thanks, Eric. I'm gonna briefly talk about how we normally test our models. So you might have heard this before, regression and system testing. There's also unit testing, and then we have validation or maybe offline testing. Okay, so regression and system testing, if you don't know what this is, it's basically, it ensures that the model produces consistent results. So does the model produce the same results? This is when we talk about bit for bit, when we expect it to. So for exact restarts, we've got maybe different processors, the model should produce the same results. If we have code updates that shouldn't change answers, we can use these to make sure that didn't happen. Yeah, so the software engineers, we do these all the time. And these are critical, but it's not really testing like the accuracy of the model, right? There's not really testing if our science is good. It's just saying the code is working as we expect it to. So if it's broken before, it's still broken. Okay. All right, start using this. Oh, okay, great. Okay, so then there's unit testing, which tests units of software. These are usually, they must have well-defined inputs and outputs. So this is for, we can test things. Is this function correctly checking for errors like divide by 0? We can generally only test one or a few methods at a time. That's kind of why it's called unit testing. It must have a pass-fail condition. And the software engineers do these frequently, but mostly for infrastructure code. So, like, did we correctly read in this value? It's not working. Okay, and this is still mostly just ensuring that the software is working as expected, which is, again, critical, but we're not really getting at the accuracy of our science. Okay, so then we can do model validation, which is, I would expect a lot of us here know what that is. So this is, we're comparing production run model output to observations, maybe with some controlled conditions. And again, this is crucial for verifying that the model accurately represents reality. So we can do maybe model calibration with this. And generally in CLM, although we did hear a lot about coupled runs, we a lot of the time are doing these, we're calling them offline runs. And scientists, we do these all the time, right? And yeah, this is critical, but it can be really difficult with interactive model processes. So, I think we heard a lot about how calibrating is really hard because when there's a lot of ways to get one answer and we don't really know why is the model over predicting GPP. We don't really know. Okay, so I'm going to talk about offline testing. So if offline is we're running CLM or CLM fates not connected to a CAM or ocean model. Offline is we're not even really connected to the whole model. So we're testing small isolated pieces of the model, and we can validate internal model behavior before running full-scale runs. So this is something that I've been developing with fates. So this is essentially you're running a program. So this is a whole Fortran program it produces an executable, and all we're doing is we're utilizing pieces of the fates code and testing them. And then, so this workflow that I developed, so we have this program that we write that tests a piece of the fates code and maybe produces some kind of output file with data in it. We have a Python wrapper that builds your executables with all the fates code that you need. And then we have that also runs the code. And then we've got some Python to plot the output. So this is just a really basic test that looks at our quadratic solver. And we can say, oh yeah, we did a good job. Okay, so let me just give some examples that are a little more complicated than a quadratic solver. So here's looking at burned area for Alaska. The bar graphs is observed burned area in acres. And the gray are just burned area when we had less than a million acre season. And the red bars are when we had a 1 million acre fire season. And the black line is CTSM burned area. We're really under predicting burned area for those high fire seasons. And this is going to affect our annual fire emissions. So we should probably improve this. And then since I'm going to talk about fates, here's fates. Fates is maybe doing better, but not really. Okay, so if we were going to go about fixing this, I feel like it would be kind of hard. But we can start to use this functional testing to investigate our fire model and say, okay, well, what parts of it are we not doing well? So here's some really basic things. We can just test a few fire equations. So here's looking at maximum reaction velocity and propagating flux ratio, which go into rate of spread and how fast the fire moves. So this is, again, we're testing this. The red boxes are showing actual fates code that we're calling. And then we can compare that maybe to some papers this is like from the original Spitfire papers. But if we wanted to go more complicated than that, I built in this synthetic fuel type. So this is a way to not just test simple equations, you can actually take the Forest Service has these fuel models to kind of represent different types of fuels. So we can do something like moderate load conifer litter, dwarf conifer with understorage, essentially like a boreal site, and then low load climate grass. So I put this all into fates in this sort of testing infrastructure. You can mock up this fuel and then run all these fire equations on it. So here's just looking at these fuel types. So the 102, which is the grassland type. So it's mostly live grass and green. This is just looking at fractional fuel loading and then maybe some dead leaves. The middle fuel model is the conifer site. It's mostly branches. And then the boreal site is mostly dead leaves. So these fuels, we would expect them to behave differently in a fire situation just based on their geometric properties. And so we can say, hey, testing infrastructure, give me these fuel types and run some fates code on them. And so, we don't have to do the whole model, so we don't have to worry about, well, I had to spin up the model to the right conditions to get these fuel types. We just have these fuel types ready to go. So here on the left is the Nesterov index for, this is driver data that I just put into the testing infrastructure. So it's climate data that we turn into the Nesterov index, which is a measure of fire risk. And then on the right is the fuel moisture for those three fuel types. And so the green, which is the boreal, it dries out the fastest, which is what we'd expect given that it's all dead leaves. The blue one is the grass. It dries out a little bit more slowly. And then the one that dries out the slowest, which is what we would expect just because it's mostly branches. So we can say, yeah, this is looking okay. So it's probably not here. Let's move on And so this is something that I'm actively working on. So we're not going to have like a, hey, I fixed the whole fire here, but I'm working on it. Okay. So the next situation, base GPP is too high. Oh no. Okay. So what do? We could tune it, right? That's what I'm actively trying to do, is tune it in SP mode. But something that I'm also trying to do is testing leaf level photosynthesis. So I wrote this functional test to look at leaf level photosynthesis. And these are all Fates code that we're calling. And so for all the PFTs, you can say, let's plot assimilation against, PAR, leaf temperature, BPD, BTran, CO2, and N scalar, and see what they look like. What's going on here? That's pretty weird. Okay, so yeah, we found a bug. And I know Ryan is has fixed this, is actively working on fixing this, but yeah, so we found a bug using this functional testing software, right? That's great. And then if you have data, perhaps like LICOR data, you could plot that up against it and say, oh, are we doing a good job? No. Maybe tuning it with parameters that would help, or maybe it's a structural problem. So you can run this like you would a PPE. So I ran this functional test 500 times with different parameter values, and that's the colors correspond to leaf to VC max. We got some interesting things going on here with leaf temperature against assimilation versus leaf temperature, but yeah. And then if you wanted to go one step further, let's say we've got our GPP, our leaf level gas exchange looks spot on. Maybe it's our canopy scaling. And so I added these synthetic patches similar to the synthetic fuels. I came up with these idealized biomes that become Fates patches. And it's just, you can add ones yourself. Right now, we've got an even-aged evergreen, tropical, grassland, savanna, and mixed-age temperate. But essentially, it just tells Fates, give me a patch for the top one. It's 2 cohorts. They're similar in DBH, similar in density, and they're evergreen PFTs. And so you can do stuff at the patch scale. Say like, okay, if I think my leaf level photosynthesis is good, what about my canopy scaling? And you can compare that to things like if you have TLS data. Thank you. Okay, so you might be thinking, hey, I already do this because I prototype all my code in MATLAB. This is not the same thing as prototyping. I will say it serves a very different purpose than prototyping. Okay, so prototyping, it's really great for testing new ideas or formulations. You can explore feasibility before integration, and normally you would do this in a higher level language like Python or MATLAB, whatever your poison is, because it's faster, right? It's Fortran. I like Fortran, but I'm not going to say that it's easy to code in. This is very different. So functional testing verifies the existing model behavior, and it isolates the components to check their expected results and helps detect unexpected changes before you run full runs, and very importantly, uses the production code. So, you can certainly prototype your new photosynthesis model in MATLAB, but you want to have this functional test working with the production code, because not only might you have some bugs that you accidentally introduce in this transition from MATLAB to Fortran, but Fortran, especially when we're talking about these numerical solvers, Fortran and these higher level languages, they behave very differently numerically. And so you want to make sure that your code is working, your production code is actually working, and we're not having to modify any code before we're testing it. Okay, so if you want to try it, you can get the Fates. If you already have the Fates repo, that's great, but it's on the Fates repo. You can see the README in the testing directory. The requirements are a Python environment. There's a README for that. You need the seam and share repositories, which you can get through your normal way to get like CLM, essentially, all the CLM components that you need. It works out of the box on Derecho, but if you want it to work on your personal computer, there's a README for that, or a seam setup markdown for that. And then all you have to do to run a test is /run functional tests. And then you can modify a test and use a new parameter file and see what happens. Thank you.
Thanks, Adriana. Time for a quick question.
Yeah, comment on the question. I'm really glad. This is really cool. And the fact that you've done like the compile part, I think is great, because that's the part that's totally magical to me when I make it either works or it dies. I'm all with money. And my question is like,
do you have a process for getting like the appropriate inputs? Like sometimes you could, you know what, you could just do some range, but there might be other functions where you need something kind of realistic. How do you do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think like sometimes it would be a range, but I guess, like if you had, like for the fire soil moisture stuff, like you wanted that to be actually like real values, right? So if there's weather station data for, if you have, or any kind of observations, that there is the limitation that sometimes you do need driver data. But there is a way, like in this functional testing framework you can read in NetCDF files. So
So you get to start from what you're starting from, you have a lot of infrastructure in place and somebody wants to create their own. I mean, is this like a day's worth of work, a week's worth of work?
well, I
An
guess
hour?
it depends on how complicated your
I
test
know,
is.
just give us
But
a-
I would think like, well, I don't know. Zoe has been working on it. What do you think?
Actually, I have questions about it.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Use that, this is the input of the co-input data into the subroutine. And why it is different from spin up process, we don't need to do spin up. I don't know why we don't need spin up. Just give some input into the structure and give the output. But we do spin up. Oh, yeah, we do spin up because we run a whole model.
Yeah. But I mean, a spin up would be like for a production run. You could use, to think of a test where you might want to use spin up data results as your like boundary condition for a test. But the idea is that you don't need to spin up the model. Like say you have a known patch condition that you want to like use and start doing testing with. That's the idea for these tests. But the spin up is like you would want to do a production run with that spin up because you need the full model. To answer your question, Dave, I would hope that you could write the quadratic test would probably take you, it would take me, 15 minutes, but I don't know, because I wrote it. So I would say like if you've never looked at this before, it might take you a day to write that. But I did write instructions on how to write a new test. But
I just wanted to get a sense of it.
Yes, so
Your handle isn't laid appropriate.
Okay, well, so I would love for people to start writing tests and using this, and if there are pieces of it that you hate, let me know and I'll try.
And documentation can evolve.
And
Oh,
documentation
yeah.
should
Yeah,
evolve.
right.
Yeah, so.
So like you wrote instructions that work for you. but
Yeah, yeah.
Other people learn differently, so like we can all work together to improve
Yes.
documentation.
Thank you.
And make it
Yes.
work.
Sure. Yes. All right, well, this is super cool. Thank you. Last but not least, we have Tegan and Mike talking about Cupid updates for CSM and Land Model Working Group. Thanks, Tegan. I'll give you a 5-minute one.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am Tegan King, and I will be talking a bit about the CSM Unified Post-Processing and Diagnostics Tool, or CUPID, and how it relates to the Land Model Working Group. I really want to give everyone a little bit of background on this tool, hopefully share that it can be simple to use, and then share some promising new steps that we've been doing within the Land Model Working Group. So I'll talk a little bit about efforts that other people have done on this project related to this group. Really quickly, I wanted to go over the fact that we've had a lot of different collaborators on this project. So thank you to everyone who has worked on this project. In addition to a number of people in the land group, we've had people from all the different components working on this, as well as some folks from ESMF, GeoCat, and then a number of students and interns who've helped with this project. So it's a really collaborative effort. And today we'll just kind of focus on what the Land Model Working Group side of this looks like. As a small bit of background, this is our project vision. So we are a one-stop shop that enables and integrates time series file generation, data standardization,
diagnostics and metrics from all of the CSM components. So ideally, if we have someone who knows how to run the land diagnostic tool, they can also run an atmosphere diagnostic tool and kind of look at diagnostics for numerous components. We also really want to focus on using this tool to simplify the user experience of running diagnostics. So we want to be able to run diagnostics directly at the end of a CSM run. And you can also use Cupid if you wanted to look at data that already exists from a case that has been run previously, and you can use it for that scenario as well. And then lastly, I wanted to mention that we're really focusing on sharing Python code and have a standard Conda environment. So we're trying to really simplify what you need to have on your computer to get this running and try to work together to not reproduce or not duplicate code. Our current status is shown here. So we already have key metrics for most components that are in Cupid and can be run in parallel. We have examples from all of the different CSM components as well. So you can take a look at some of our different example configurations. We also have a number of external diagnostic packages that have been brought into Cupid, one of which you may be excited about is ILAM. We have options for command line arguments that allow you to configure Cupid to be run with different setups. And then we have a common environment. So you can use our YAML file to set up a Conda environment that runs all of the tools and notebooks that are run within Cupid. And then we also have documentation on how to run Cupid. I'll also note that if you are running on Derecho or Casper, we have documentation on some tips and tricks for allocating resources on NCAR machines. And then we are currently working on integrating Cupid into the CSM workflow. It is an option in the newest tag of CSM to use Cupid, although it doesn't quite have a lot of flexibility at this point. So that is a current area that we are working on, is to make the Cupid that is run through the CSM workflow a lot more flexible. And then we also are hoping to, in the near future, be adding support for machines other than Derecho and Casper. So if you're wondering how you can use Cupid, I wanted to put this slide up because it shows the really two command line argument or commands that you need to use to run Cupid. So if you have CTSM downloaded or you install Cupid, you can then run Cupid diagnostics to run all of the notebooks in a particular Cupid example, and then run Cupid web page, and that will build the website that contains these computed Jupyter notebooks. So just with those two commands, you can produce all of these plots that you can then dive into in more detail and look at some key metrics for CSM. So now I wanted to go on to some of the success stories that we have had within the land model working group in particular. So this first one here, you don't have to worry too much about the details of these plots, but I wanted to mention that Sam Rabin put together a crop notebook, which we are really excited about. So we had a software engineering working group hackathon, and within the first day of the hackathon, Sam was able to get Cupid up and running, create a notebook, and integrate that notebook into Cupid so that he was able to produce these plots within Cupid. So these are looking at yield of different crops, and there's all sorts of cool plots that you can now check out that Sam has been working on. So hopefully this is motivation to add your own notebooks to Cupid as well. Additionally, Meg Fowler has put together an awesome global terrestrial coupling index key metric that is now implemented in Cupid. So this notebook computes land atmosphere coupling indices and then plots seasonal mean. So you can see there's the JJA seasonal mean plot on the left of this screen. And then there's also a comparison with FluxNet observations. So this is going to be helpful in model development. And this is part of our key metrics example, which has a few different key like plots or data points that are created from all the different components as we are using that in model development. One other cool thing that we've been doing is we've been working on integrating ILAM into Cupid. So as of right now, ILAM is already part of the Cupid analysis environment.
So if you have our conda environment installed, you can run ILAM. So that is really exciting. We also have a script that generates all of the configuration files that you need for ILAM. So if you have a Cupid configuration file set up, you can then just run our helper script to generate the ILAM configuration file, and you don't have to know all the details of how to run ILAM. So this is really trying to streamline things so that users can run both Meg and Sam's notebooks and also our ILAM package, and then look at all the output together. So yeah, you can also go into, if you run the Cupid webpage, which creates the Jupyter book at the end of running Cupid, ILAM is directly linked within that notebook. So you have all the output to look at all in one place. I wanted to dive into this just a little bit more for you all. So if you were to run ILAM by hand, there are a lot of different configuration files and files that you have to point to and various things that get kind of complicated. So I just wanted to point out, this is something that we're trying to streamline. So this is kind of how you would run ILAM by hand right now. But as I mentioned before, if you use this generate ILAM config files script that is in ILAM, you only have to provide the CSM root, a Cupid configuration file, and whether it's a satellite phenology or biogeochemistry run. And then this script will automatically generate all of those configuration files that you need to run ILAM, provide you with the commands right now to run ILAM. We're hoping to implement this in the CSM workflow in the near future. And then all you have to do is actually run Cupid with the Cupid diagnostics and Cupid webpage command that we showed earlier. After running ILAM with the commands and configuration files that Cupid gives you, and then you can look at the output. So we're hoping to streamline this quite a lot. Some of these intermediate steps will also be taken out as we integrate this into the CSM workflow. So I know this slide looks kind of overwhelming, but basically we're trying to simplify the first box on this slide. And then our last success story that I wanted to talk about was that Will and Sam have been working hard on creating what we're calling the LDF, or Land Diagnostic Framework. This is a kind of adaptation of the Atmospheric Diagnostic Framework package. And we're basically adapting this to be able to use this in with the land component of the model. So there is now an end-to-end workflow for land diagnostics, which uses ADF. So this workflow creates single variable time series and climatologies, regrids any 30 data to FO9 grids, calculates tables of global sums, creates global maps of annual and seasonal means, and also makes web pages similar to the ADF tool. So the pictures on the right are what this tool looks like. And we have actually already implemented the ADF, so the atmospheric version of this tool into Cupid, and we will soon be probably bringing this in to Cupid as well so that we can use this tool. But there's been a lot of development that's been happening on this front, and we're really excited that we now have an LDF. And hopefully this is inspiring people to want to contribute to Cupid. If you do want to check out our GitHub repository, I'd recommend looking there to see what's going on. If you are interested in adding any of your notebooks so that they can be easily accessible within this framework to others, you can check out our contributing notebooks guide. And we also have a workflow that really clearly lays out how you can like clone the repository, make a branch, that sort of thing, in order to contribute your code. And also, if you come across any issues that you've noticed or envision any new features, please contribute code to our repository or feel free to create an issue ticket. We are pretty active in this repository right now. There's lots of development. So yeah, I'm excited to share this with you all. Thanks.
All right, we have time for a few questions. Kind of like an existential question about Cupid. Like, I know we're all in the mood for this. So I'm wondering. So Sam and I have come up with some notebooks that we've put into Cupid. Are those things that should ultimately kind of live in LDF, and kind of Cupid holds all the different packages, or should there be unique notebooks within Cupid that aren't in a like package?
Yeah, that's a good existential question. So I think that right now we have sort of this like key metrics example that we want to be able to run a number of different kind of like key things that we want to look at during model development. So there's a couple of notebooks that like really clearly show these are the things that we want to highlight. We also have some external diagnostic package plots that we like when we're looking at our external diagnostic packages, we're able to in the Jupyter book that we built, we plot a couple of key plots that people would really regularly want to look at from that, and they can follow the link to the full external diagnostic package output to like dig into more details. So I think that right now it's helpful to have some of those, like your metric is one of those key metrics that we are going to want to look at pretty briefly. And having those is like something that runs really quickly, and having some of the external diagnostic packages run separately because those are going to take more time to run is kind of a helpful distinction that we can make if we want to like run a quick look sort of diagnostic versus the more in-depth tools. So I think in some regards it's helpful to separate those out. But then also seeing like if there are ways that we can share more code and, you know, keep everything as streamlined as possible, I can also see there being a big benefit to that. So I feel like there's a bit of a balance right now of bringing in existing things, making it easier to run multiple diagnostic tools, and also maybe eventually going towards slightly more streamlined processes.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't really answer your question.
No,
but
I don't think there's an answer.
Doesn't
So
really-
that's, yeah. Other questions? Yeah, Daniel?
You have a process for like diagnosing when various of these notebooks break if you update your Python environment?
Yeah, so I think that especially given Eric's talk earlier, there's some good ideas with like adding more regular testing. We don't really have any like automated testing at this point yet. I think that's something that we're like hoping to do more of.
Or like I could maybe even do when I'm putting my notebook in, right? Potentially be my own RSC and kind of like include go.
Like, is there some sort of like mechanism where we can say like, hey, let's make sure we add tests to these notebooks as we are developing the notebooks? Is that kind of what you're
Yeah,
doing?
like maybe I can put something in there to say, you know,
Yeah.
this is roughly how I expect it to pan out. And yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great thing to do.
I would add too that as you're developing notebooks, because they have a standard content environment, if you use that, then it's most likely going to work. Whereas if you use your own content environment, which might have different versions of things.
Yeah. But eventually you have to update.
Yes,
Yeah.
right. But if we keep that upgrade cadence to be much slower than the standard content thing, which probably changed from when I started the sentence, it's a little bit easier to catch those. Yeah.
Any other questions for Devian?
How easy or difficult do you think it would be to port to another machine?
So I think that we mostly we're trying to pull out all of our, like any file paths that use Glade, and that sort of thing as well. So we've been like pretty aware where we have, like our observational data sets is one thing that we were kind of trying to put all in one place, so that we can have those data sets be accessible in other places. I think that like, I think that it will be fairly feasible to do that in the near term. Yeah, I think that we need to make sure that we like go through all the code and pull out any file paths. Those are in our configuration files and are pretty easy to locate. And then I think that we also have like suggestions with some tips and tricks for running on NCAR machines, as I mentioned earlier, with like allocating whatever resources you need to run Cupid. So maybe that would be something that people have to figure out as they're running on other machines as well.
This is maybe kind of piggybacking on some of Eric's themes, but I know the code that I wrote was very brittle. Okay. Because I wanted it to work. And so as a result, it only works for one thing. Like you can only look at any 30 output. You can't look at, can't look at a land-only run.
Okay.
Do you have suggestions for people that are like, and I love the like group contributions to Cupid, but I also really, and I broke it. I also broke a ton of ADF stuff on my pull request. Like, and I was just like, sorry, Justin. Like, do you have suggestions for like how other people have done it? Like, if my handle's not Lady Fortran, like how can I contribute in a less obtuse way?
Don't need Fortran.
You don't need.
You don't
Fortran.
Fortran,
You
you
don't
don't
need-
But if my handle also isn't Mr. Python.
I mean, I think part of it is we have to start somewhere.
No,
So
I totally I appreciate
Yeah.
this too.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, and I think that we're trying to, I mean, I feel like we've had a number of different pieces of code that have been contributed to Cupid. And I think like Mike and I are working a lot with whatever is being added to this to try to like work with people and make the code as robust as possible as we're adding things in. I think some things are bound to break every now and then, as we are working with a new tool, but having people use the tool is also really helpful for getting things tested. Yeah, maybe there's other ideas in the room as well.
Can I just take my experience with the hackathon? Like, I started by just copy pasting Meg's notebook and like replacing some variables.
Yeah.
Right, and like, that's all you need to do at first. And then you go from there.
Yeah.
And then you break it and you figure out why you broke it. And then you learn something.
Yeah.
Mike?
And we're happy to help you make your notebook less brittle. But you can't open the ticket and say, I tried to run this FO9 output and it didn't work. And you don't have to admit that it's like a notebook that you wrote yourself.
This broke, yeah.
Yeah, currently my code is just sprinkled with like to-dos, like this is big, this is big.
I have one other question. So what percentage of like Cupid applications would you imagine notebooks existing just in my own fork of Cupid, and how frequently should we be like having notebooks be like in a pull request where they're actually getting ingested back in?
Yeah, so okay, one thing that I will mention with the structure of Cupid is that we have like a notebook library that can host a number of notebooks. And then we have like our key metrics example and an external diagnostic package, which pulls like a couple of notebooks from that notebook library and run those whenever you run that like standard example. So I think that there's not really harm in putting your notebooks in the notebook library where somebody could then use those notebooks if they configure their example to use that notebook. I think that we want to be a bit more decisive on like which particular key metrics we're adding into the key metrics repository, like the examples, the notebooks that are used in the key metrics example, because we really want those to be like a quick look. And so we're being a little bit more discretionary on how we choose which notebooks go into that, and talking with the liaisons about what key metrics they want to look at. But I think that there's like, if your notebook gets added to Cupid, it's not necessarily run anytime somebody runs Cupid, if that makes sense. Last word.
Just a quick comment. This is the first time I've seen an update in a while. This is really impressive what you guys have done. It's really nice coming along, and a lot of credit to you and Mike for. This would be impressive if you were 100% on this, and I know you're not. So exactly.
Well, yeah, it's exciting to see everyone contributing to this and seeing the effort move forward. So.
I just also give my kudos. I mean, I've been here for 20 plus years. We've been talking about wishing we had something like this for 20 plus years. And now we finally have something where we can have an integrated diagnostics framework that not everyone has to be a specialist. So we don't need, the single point of failure, which we're currently relying on every threat system to run diagnostic packages for us. So it's great.
Yeah. Let's give Tegan, Mike, and everyone else. All right, my timekeeping was not flawless, so I ate up all of our discussion time. But there's dinner to look forward to.
Yep.
So
That's at 6:30. So if you want to go back to your hotel, relax, if you want to go for a walk.